You know this.
And a cowgirl waiting.
That's right.
I'm from Texas, I know.
Boom.
Speaking of cowgirl, tell about the joke about
Kick off our final table here in Vicksburg. Without further ado, let's take a look at our final.
Did my husband hear these jokes last night?
Y'all about to be on TV right now, boom. Don't pick your nose on this one.
We're about to kick off our final table here in Vicksburg, but without final. Sorry. We're about to kick our. Sorry.
Oh, it's good. Okay, clock's going. Guys, we have just about 36 minutes left in level 19. We are at 148. We have Michael in the small blind, Larry in the big blind. Action is on Freddy. He folds. Next up is Scott. He will also fold. Michael makes a fold as well. Action is on John. Cowboy.
Okay, raise.
He is going to raise.
Raise to 17,000.
What is it? 17,000?
17,000.
17,000 is the bet. Action is over to Benjamin in the one seat.
Okay, re-raise.
He does raise.
54,000.
The new bet is 54,000. Antonio will fold. Action's on Jeff. He will fold on the button. Michael in the small blind will also fold. Action on Larry in the big blind. He will fold, and Cowboy folds as well. You guys are free to clap. All right, there we go. Wonderful.
Yeah, you run that for me. Good job.
Everyone awake out there? Good.
All right, Andy, re-raise.
Now you kind of ruined it yourself when you showed the three of hearts.
All righty, now we have Michael on the button, Larry in the small, Freddy in the big. Scott Maurer in seat 7 will be first to act.
Okay, raise to 18,000.
We have a raise to 18,000 from Scott. Over to Michael.
We raise.
Michael will raise. Cowboy folds, and as we get a count for Michael,
39,000.
we find that he raises to 39,000. Benjamin folds from seat 1, as does Antonio from seat 2. Jeff will fold here as well. Michael folds his button. Larry will fold. Freddy also folds. Action back to Scott.
Call.
And Scott does make the call. We are heads up to the flop. Scott and Michael here in the hand. Are we ready for the flop? All right. Here comes the flop. It comes ace of hearts, 10 of diamonds, ace of clubs. Scott is first to act. And he will check. Action's over to Michael. Michael does bet the flop.
36,000.
36? 36 you said?
Yes, 36,000.
36,000 is the bet. And Scott will fold. Michael takes down the pot. Seeing a few familiar faces in the crowd. We have Jack Poiret here. He's our casino manager. Say hi, Jack. Hello, Jack. And also one of our more
That's my position right
well-known local players, Cincy. Cincy is making an appearance here. Hi, Cincy. All right, we got Michael under the gun in seat 8. He's first to act and does fold. So does Cowboy. Benjamin folds as well. Action's on Antonio. He folds as well. Jeff will raise 20,000 to 20,000, excuse me. Michael Monahan folds. Larry folds as well, as does Freddy in his small blind. Action's over to Scott, also folds. And Jeff will take down the pot. The button's currently in seat 6. We have Freddy on the button, Scott in the small, Michael Trailer in the big blind, and Cowboy is under the gun, will be first to act. Oh, I'm sorry. We are folding around to seat 4. Action's on Michael Monahan. He folds as well. Action is now on Larry. He will make a fold. And we have Freddy folding his his button. Action is on Scott in the small blind. He will fold as well, and that is a walk for Michael. Well played, sir. Well played.
Pocket queen.
Shows pocket queens. Shows pocket queens in the big blind. Gets a walk with pocket queens.
I think your ear was switching.
My ear was switching.
Yeah, that's itself.
We'll have to work on that.
Should have kept that to myself though.
So I'm gonna have to figure out how to make that stop happening. Yeah.
Wear a hood. Like
Especially before you look at them. Yeah.
put a hood on.
No, I made a promise to myself like 3 years.
All right, buttons on
ago.
Scott. Michael's in the small. Cowboy in the big blind. That means Benjamin in seat 1 is first to act and will fold. Action's over to Antonio.
Raise it up.
Oh, I make a joke about the hood and sunglasses,
Yes.
and now you got to raise
Raise.
my small blind.
Antonio has announced raise
17,000.
and raises to 17,000. Jeff will fold. Actual actions on Michael Monahan. We'll also fold actions over to Larry.
Re-raised at 35,000.
And he will re-raise. 35,000 is now the bet. Freddy folds. Action over to Scott in seat 7. Also folds. Michael Trailer makes a fold here as well. Action is on Cowboy and his big blind. Did he fold? Did Cowboy fold?
Yes.
Cowboy folds. Action is back over to Antonio. Who does fold. This means Larry will take down this pot. Hooray! Clap, clap, clap. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. That's it. Luck of the draw.
And he knows who you are.
All right, Michael Trailer does have the button in seat 8. Cowboy in the small. Benjamin in seat 1 in the big blind, which means Antonio's first to act under the gun, seat 2. He does fold. Actions over to Jeff, who also folds. Mike Monahan folds from seat 4. Actions over to Larry in seat 5, who also folds. Over to Freddy in seat 6. Makes a fold. Scott will fold from seat 7. Action is on Michael, who happens to be on the button, and does fold. Cowboy does make the call. Action is back over to Benjamin in his big blind. It is his option.
Check.
And Benjamin will check. We are heads up to the flop. Here comes the flop. We have the 4 of spades, king of hearts, and 6 of diamonds. Cowboy's first to act.
Check.
And he does check. Action's over to Benjamin. Who will bet 13,000.
Raised at
Cowboy does raise here.
30,000.
30,000 is now the bet. Action back over to Benjamin. And Benjamin does lay it down. Cowboy will take down the pot.
Yeah, the 6 or 8 is way under, I'm saying 11 and a half.
Go ahead, is it?
No, I'm talking about how long. We were setting it over under how long.
Alrighty, on to the next hand. Button is in seat 9 on Cowboy. Benjamin is in the small. Antonio is in the big. Jeff Needleman is under the gun in first act. He will fold. Actions over to Michael in seat 4. Also makes a fold.
Sorry about that.
Larry folds from seat 5.
Got no room.
Freddy from seat 6 will also fold. Scott will fold as well. Action over to Michael. Trailer also folds, and Cowboy.
Raise to 18,000.
Will raise to 18,000.
Call.
And we have a call from Benjamin in seat 1. Antonio does fold.
Heads up.
We are heads up to the flop. Go ahead. Flop comes King of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts, 5 of Hearts. Benjamin is first to act. And checks.
Check.
Cowboy checks as well. Seven of clubs does come on the turn. Benjamin's first to act. And he will bet out
23,000.
23,000.
Call.
That's a call. And a call from Cowboy. Here comes the river. River comes 9 of Hearts. Benjamin first act.
Check.
And he will check.
Check.
Cowboy checks behind.
Sevens and fives with the king.
We have showdown.
All right, yes, sevens and deuces. All right, sevens and fives.
Okay, and Cowboy will take down the hand with 7s and 5s. Okay, on to the next hand. We have Benjamin on the button, Antonio in the small, Jeff in the big. Michael under the gun will fold, as does Larry from seat 5. Actions over to Freddy, who will also fold. Scott makes his fold as well over to Michael Trailer. Makes the fold. Cowboy folds as well. Actions back over to Benjamin on the button.
Raise to 18,000.
And he will raise to 18,000. Antonio does make the fold. Actions back over to Jeff and his big blind.
50 straight.
And he will re-raise to 50,000. All right, Benjamin folds. That is a fold. Jeff Needleman will take down that pot. Woohoo. Button is now in seat 2. Antonio does have the button. Jeff Needleman is, in the small blind. Michael Monahan in the big blind, which puts Larry White under the gun in seat 5. He will be first to act. Larry does fold. Action's over to Freddy, who will also fold onto Scott. Lays down his hand. Michael Trailer next to act. Does make the fold. Action's over to Cowboy in seat 9.
Raise 17,000, please.
Cowboy makes it 17,000. Benjamin and Antonio fold, as does Jeff. Action's back over to Michael in the big blind. Does make the call. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes 6 of spades, 9 of hearts, ace of spades. Michael's first to act and does check. Action's over to Cowboy. Cowboy will bet out here, 26,000. And Michael will fold. Cowboy takes down the pot. Button is in the 3 seat. Michael Monahan is in the small blind. Larry White is in the big. Freddy is under the gun, first to act, in seat 6. Freddy lays his hand down onto Scott, who will also fold. Michael Trailer next to act. He does raise here. 18,000 is now the bet. Cowboy will fold. Action's over to Benjamin in seat 1. Will also fold. Antonio folds as well. Back over to Jeff. Folds his button. Michael Monahan from the small blind. He will make the call. Action's over to Larry in his big blind. Larry does raise here
40,000.
and makes it 40,000. Action's back over to Michael Trailer, our original raiser from seat 8. 40,000. And Michael does fold back, actions back over to Michael Monahan, who also folds. Larry will take down that pot. All right, button now in seat 4. Michael Monahan is on the button. Larry is in the small. Freddy in the big. Scott will be first to act here. He will fold. Actions over to Michael. Trailer also folds. Cowboy's turn to act. Will fold as well. Benjamin in seat 1. Will also fold. Actions over to Antonio, seat 2.
Raise.
And he does raise to 17,000.
Call.
Jeff makes the call. On to Michael Monahan. Does fold. Larry from the small blind is now up to act. And he does fold. Actions over to Freddy in the big blind. Also folds, so we will be heads up to the flop between Antonio and Jeff in seats 2 and 3. Here comes the flop. We have the 10 of diamonds, Jack of spades, 9 of diamonds. Antonio's first to act. And he does bet here.
18,000.
18,000 is the bet from Antonio. Action is now on Jeff, who makes a raise of
45,000.
45,000.
Can't say it, I'll make it full.
And Antonio does lay it down. Jeff takes down the pot.
Broadway Pond.
Okay. All right, button is on Larry, which puts Freddy in the small blind, Scott in the big blind. Action is on Michael Trailer, who does fold. Over to Cowboy in seat 9. Also makes the fold, as does Benjamin from seat 1 and Antonio from seat 2. Jeff folds. On to Mike Monahan. And we have an all-in from Mike Monahan. Action is on to Larry, who does fold. Freddy in the small blind will also fold. On to Scott in his big blind. Folds as well. And Michael wins his all-in bet. Guys, we're just going to hold off while we get the live stream going. A little technical difficulty.
Can we smoke real fast?
Do they have enough time for a smoke? One more minute. Yeah. Let me go pause the clock. All right, guys, we're just going to pause the clock really quick. We're going to get the live stream going up for you guys to watch at home and online. I know. This is not an official break, guys. We should be back on in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Are back in. Let's shuffle up and deal. Thank you. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. We have Freddy on the button in seat 6, Scott in the small, Mike Trailer in the big blind. That puts Country under the gun and first to act. Country, did I say just a country? I'm a cowboy. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me today. I haven't had my Starbucks yet. That's a fold. Benjamin folds as well. Antonio folds from seat 2 onto Jeff. Also makes the fold, Mike Monahan. Does go all in. Larry does fold from seat 5. Freddy folds on his button over to Scott in the small blind. Makes the fold as well onto Mike Trailer. And Mike folds as well. Michael Monahan will take down the pot.
Every time Mike says that.
Yep. Needed to look down and see a pair there. I was going with it. I wanted to rush. Took the rush.
Okay, on to the next hand. We have Scott on the button, Michael Trailer in the small blind, Cowboy in the big blind onto Benjamin. Does make the fold, as does Antonio. Actions over to Jeff, who also makes the fold. Michael Monahan in seat 4. Will fold here as well onto Larry in seat 5. Does lay down his hand. Actions over to Freddy in seat 6. Freddy does raise here.
17,000.
The new bet is 17,000. Action over to Scott on the button. And that is an all-in from Scott. Actions over to Michael Trailer. He does fold. Onto Cowboy in seat 9, also folds as well. And then Freddy will fold. Scott takes down the pot. Wee, Scott, wee! All right, moving on to the next hand, we have Michael Trailer on the button, Cowboy in the small, Benjamin in the big blind, which puts Antonio Payne from Hazlet, New Jersey, in seat 2, first to act. And he will fold. Actions over to Jeff. Will also make the fold. Michael Monahan folds. Action is over to Larry, who makes the fold onto Freddy, who also folds. Scott will lay down his hand as well onto Mike Trailer and his button. Makes the fold onto Cowboy. Who makes the call? Actions back over to Benjamin in the big blind. And does raise.
30,000 more.
30,000 more for a total of 38,000. And Cowboy does lay it down. Benjamin takes down the pot. Alrighty, on to the next hand. Cowboy is on the button, Benjamin in the small, Antonio in the big blind. Action is on Jeff, who does fold. Michael folds as well, followed by Larry, who makes the fold onto Freddy. Also a fold, Scott in seat 7. Folds here as well onto Mike Trailer. Does make the fold. Action is on Cowboy. He does raise here.
18,000.
18,000 is now the bet. On to Benjamin in the small blind. He will fold onto Antonio in his big blind. He will fold as well, and Cowboy takes down the pot. We have Michael cheering for the. You shouldn't be cheering for the other Michaels. There's 2 Michaels at this table. Moving on to the next hand, the button is now in seat 1. Antonio in the small, Jeff in the big. Michael Monahan's first act. Michael will fold. Action over to Larry.
Raise 21,000.
Larry does raise here. 21,000 is now the bet. Freddy will fold. Action's over to Scott.
All in.
Scott goes all in from seat 7. Action is over to Mike Trailer. He will make the fold onto Cowboy in seat 9. Will also fold, as does Benjamin from seat 1. Antonio will fold his small blind. Action back over to Jeff in his big blind. Also makes the fold. Back over to Larry in seat 5. Makes the fold. Scott will take down the pot.
That move seems to be working. Still look good. I get a nice fold before.
It's gonna be 25,000. Yeah,
Are they up?
the big claims a break, but
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to fast forward the clock. Go ahead. Oh, no, forward.
All right, let's just, okay. Okay, guys, the blinds are 5 and 10.
Okay, guys, blinds are up. We should be changing dealers first, Kyle. If you already started the shuffle, finish the shuffle, then let's switch dealers. Okay, guys, we are in level 20. Blinds are up 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. After this hand, we will be switching dealers. Button is in seat 2 on Antonio. Jeff is in the small. Michael Monahan is in the big blind, which puts Larry first to act. Yes, they're up. Folds around to Mike Trailer, who also will fold actions on a Cowboy in seat 9. Will make the fold onto Benjamin in seat 1.
Raise
Who does raise.
20,000, please.
The bet is now 20,000. On to Jeff.
Call.
Who does call. 20,000 is the bet. Action is over to Michael Monahan. Yes. Ben raised, Antonio folded, Jeff called. Michael Monahan will fold his big blind. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes 9 of diamonds, ace of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. Jeff Needleman first to act and does check. Action over to Benjamin in seat 1. Who checks behind? We will see a turn card now. Turn comes deuce of diamonds. Jeff still first to act. Makes the check. On to Benjamin, who will also check. We will be seeing a river. River comes four of clubs.
All right, this is the last time I'm gonna check this here.
Jeff checks again. And Benjamin does bet out here, 35,000. And Jeff will fold. Benjamin takes down the pot. Lori, hold up. All right, guys, we're just going to switch out our dealers. Let me get a big hand of applause for Lori.
Yay.
Lori, our dealer, lovely Miss Lori. Coming in now is Kyle. Welcome, Kyle, to the table. Thank you very much.
No, how's that? Just popping the deal.
You want to scramble and face down, I think. Proof the back and then scramble and face down. Okay, go ahead and scramble and face down and then shuffle up. Nope, we're starting. We're going. That's fine. He's in late position. Alrighty, we got the button on seat 3. Michael in the small blind. Larry in the big blind. Freddy is first to act and does fold. Actions over to Scott, who also folds. Michael Trailer, seat 8. Will fold here as well. Cowboy up next does fold. On to Benjamin in seat 1. Who will also fold over to Antonio. Does raise. 225. Verbalizes a bet of 23,000. Jeff will fold from the button. Actions on to Michael in seat 4. Also folds. Larry in seat 5. And Larry does make the call, 23,000. And it is heads up now between Larry and Antonio. Larry will be first to act after the flop. 4 of clubs is the burn card. Flop comes ace of hearts, deuce of hearts, 7 of diamonds. Larry here is first to act. That was a check? You check? They both check? All right, we have check, check. On to the turn. Turn comes 9 of hearts. Larry does check. Actions over to Antonio, who bets out what looks like 25,000. 25,000 is the bet. And Larry does make the fold. Antonio takes down the pot.
Here come the heater. Run it up. Mike, I was waiting for your shovel. I was waiting for your shovel.
Oh, you wait for me. I know you're gonna be really pissed.
All right, we have Michael Monahan on the button here, which puts Larry and Freddy in the blind. Scott is first to act and does fold over to Mike Trailer, who will also fold onto Cowboy in seat 9. Makes a fold. Over to Benjamin. Seat 1 will fold. Antonio will raise here. Bet is now 21,000. Jeff does fold, as does Michael Monahan. Onto Larry in the small blind will fold. Freddy in the big blind. Goes all in. We have an all in from Freddy.
We pull it in, see what it is.
Antonio asking for a count. We are going to pull in the 21,000 each. All right, after pulling in the 21,000, it is an additional 103,000 to call. Is that a first? You sound surprised. This earpiece, by the way, keeps falling out. If I miss something, I apologize. I prefer stable gun, thanks.
Let's gamble.
Antonio says, let's gamble, and does make the call. We are heads up, all in. All right. Yeah, I remember. We're going to leave the pots there. Okay, now, push the pot more over the H and the P. Towards cover. Go. Okay, now we want to pull the king and the queen over the H, the part of the H right there, all right? And then pull the tens and angle in that way. Beautiful. King and queen needs to come down. How's that look? Hang on, my earpiece fell out again. How does that look? Down more for the king queen. Put them together. Like put the king over the queen. Like just yeah. Well,
Johnny was
hang
there.
on a second.
I wouldn't think that at all.
There.
Okay.
How does that look?
Looks good if the king and queen comes out on top.
Spread them out. Kind of make them like, finish that. Sorry.
The tens? Oh, it's not that new. It's been around since the late 40s or something. TV for
Only problem is it looks like it's their cards.
We just like to get. We just want you guys to sweat it out just a little bit here, so we'll just.
Good job.
This is completely unnecessary. We just want you
I
guys
like
to
that
sweat it out.
sweating right there. Both of them.
Are we good to go?
I think so. I would do. Let's get it like in action. Flop
Okay,
around.
good. Alrighty, guys, we are heads up here, all in. We have Antonio here with King Queen of Diamonds, and then we have pocket tens over here. Let's go ahead and see a flop. Flop comes 4 of diamonds, 4 of hearts, 7 of hearts. Antonio is still behind. Freddy is with pocket tens still ahead, but he is at risk. Go ahead and put out the turn. Turn comes deuce of hearts. Freddy's still ahead here with pocket tens and now is getting a flush draw to go with it as well. Antonio's going to need a king or queen only. That is not a heart in order to take down this pot. Go ahead and put out the river comes deuce of diamonds, which means Freddy does double up with 2 pair, tens and fours.
Nice hand, Freddy.
Whee! Clap, 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 clap. Yay! There we go.
Oh, bad lay down.
Bad lay down.
What I wanted. Nice hand.
Let's make sure we get the dealer button in front of seat 5. There we go. HBTpoker.com, and there should be a link on the site. Hey guys, the HBT Poker, the live stream is HBTpoker.com.
I know, it was a little while.
Correct?
One of the last 2 hands, that's it. That was the last.
Okay, there should be a banner if you guys want to watch the live stream or tell your friends about it. It's HBTpoker.com. There should be a banner that says for the live stream. If not, go ahead and do it. If not, you could always do hbtpoker.com/live.php. All right, on to the next hand here. We have Larry on the button. Freddy in the small, Scott in the big blind, Michael and Cowboy, and actually, well, let's say we'll fold around to Jeff in seat 3. He makes the fold as well. Michael Monahan in seat 4. Michael does raise here to 22,000. Action is back over to Larry in seat 5, who also folds. Freddy in the small blind folds as well onto Scott in his big blind, who will also fold. Michael takes down the pot. Alrighty, we are on to the next hand. Freddy is on the button. Scott and Michael are in the blinds. Cowboy will be under the gun and first to act. He will make the fold onto Benjamin, who folds as well. Antonio doing the same. Jeff will fold. Michael Monahan now checking his cards. He does raise here to 22,000. Larry in seat 5 will fold his hand. Action over to Freddy, who also folds onto Scott in his small blind. Will fold as well. Michael Trailer in the big blind. Declares a fold, and Michael Monahan does take down the pot. Yay, Michael. I need Michael Martin in the audience to wake up and cheer for all the Michaels. That's 2 out of 10, or 2 out of 9. Who else is here? Who else is here to cheer on the friend or family member? Hey, what's your name? What is it, Charlie? Monahan. Oh, Charlie Monahan must be Michael's father? Brother. Oh, brother. You look like brothers. Welcome, welcome. I'm sure he's glad to have you here. We are on to the next hand. We have Scott on the button. Michael Trailer in the small, Cowboy in the big. Benjamin is first to act and does make the fold. Antonio goes all in here. Action is over to Jeff, who does fold. Michael Monahan will fold here as well. Action over to Larry in seat 5. Does make the fold. Freddy in seat 6 does make the fold. Over to Scott in seat 7. Will fold from the button. Michael Trailer in the small blind is now up. And will fold as well onto Cowboy in his big blind. Will also fold. That is the winning hand for Antonio.
Can I ask you guys a question? I do that every hand. You guys
We'll just all lay down always. I have 2 kings there.
just ask. Pretty nice.
Yeah, we want you to accumulate some shit. We don't want you
I'm in my comfort zone. I'm in my comfort zone now having chips. It makes me very dangerous, guys. Highly lightweight right now.
We got an alarm going. All right, we have, excuse me. Where's the button anyway? It's on Michael. Michael's the button.
That's what I was thinking.
We have Michael Trailer on the button, Cowboy in the small, Benjamin in the big. So far, we have a fold around 2, Freddy in seat 6. He will raise here. 21,000 is now the bet. Action is over to Scott, who will fold. Michael on his button will also fold onto Cowboy in the small blind. Cowboy makes the call. Benjamin will fold his big blind. We are heads up to the flop. Freddy will be first to act. Oh, excuse me, Cowboy will be first to act, followed by Freddy. Go ahead and see the flop. Here is the flop. It comes 5 of clubs, 8 of clubs, king of spades. Cowboy's first to act. He does check, as does Freddy. Here comes the turn. 3 of hearts on the turn. Action back to Cowboy. He will check. Freddy will bet here. 22,000. Yeah, apparently not. And Cowboy will make the call. And onto the river comes the 4 of clubs. Cowboy's first to act. And does check. Freddy does bet out. What is that, 25,000? No, 25,000 and a fold? All right, Freddy does bet out 25,000, inducing a fold from Cowboy. He will take down the pot. Shuffle up the next hand. Shuffle up the next hand. Hold up, what are you doing? Guys, we're just going to shuffle up, but we're not going to deal just yet. We're going to try to figure out when we get this alarm turned off. All right?
You gonna stop the pot?
I'm going to pause the tournament clock here as well. All right, guys. If you do leave the table, don't go too far. Hopefully, this will just take a couple minutes.
Oh. First table,
Yeah, it's a big table.
2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2
Right.
Yeah.
I know what it's like.
I like it. I like it.
Right.
That right there, yeah. See, you sort of got to get out. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, ready to go. We are good to go. Buttons in seat 9. Shuffle up and deal. Clock's running. And just so you guys know, if you guys want to order food, I have food runners here. If you want to order from Bella's or maybe have someone grab you a sandwich, we can do that. Get some side tables.
Can't eat chicken wings on TV.
Chicken wings is not allowed. I veto any chicken wing orders right now.
Chicken on TV is not good.
Nothing sloppy. I mean, hey, if you want one on TV with like, red sauce all over your face, be my guest. I just don't want them on my cards. Benjamin is in the small blind. Antonio in the big blind. We have a fold from Jeff and Michael. Action is on to Larry, who does fold. Freddy in seat 6 will also make the fold. Scott folds here as well. Michael Trailer does raise here. 22,000 is the bet. Yes. All right, we've folded around to Antonio on his big blind. And he will also fold. Michael Trailer does win the pot.
It's dangerous, Mike. Be careful.
Michael, yeah, Michael's got to root for Michael. Come on, Michael. Michael Martin.
Mike, that's dangerous. Be careful.
And Christy Martin. Hi, Christy.
Very dangerous. Giving your heads up.
If you'd have jammed there, you wouldn't have liked it.
I was going to see it on TV, so I'm going to find it. Although I might not, though.
Yeah, probably not.
'Cause it's a bad hand, don't you? Luck goes yours.
Well, they got to shut the clock with 7 deuce, right?
All right, moving on to the next hand, we have Benjamin on the button. Benjamin is on the button, Antonio in the small, Jeff in the big. Michael Monahan is first to act. And he will make the fold. On to Larry in seat 5. Folds here as well. On to Freddy. Makes the fold. Scott in seat 7 folds as well. Action is on to Mike Trailer, who does raise to 22,000. Cowboy folds. Action's over to Benjamin in seat 1. Will fold from the button, as does Antonio in the small blind. Action over to Jeff in his big blind. Does make the call of 22,000. We will see a flop here, heads up. Flop comes 4 of diamonds, 10 of hearts, 4 of clubs. Jeff is first to act and does check. Action over to Mike Trailer. Mike Trailer does bet out here. 24,000 is the bet. Action back over to Jeff, who does make the fold. Michael Trailer will take down the pot. I said Michael Trailer will take down the pot. All right. Wonderful.
Like watching back to you.
Moving on to the next hand, we have Antonio on the button. Jeff is in the small, Michael Monahan in the big blind, which puts Larry White up under the gun. First to act. He does fold. Action's over to Freddy in seat 6. Folds here as well. Scott Maurer makes a fold. Mike Trailer folds as well. As does Cowboy. And it folds around to the button. Jeff Needleman is on the button and is his turn to act.
He could be small blind. Could be the small blind.
Are you in the small blind? I'm just kidding. He was in the small blind. I was testing you guys. You passed. Jeff does fold his small blind. And Michael gets a walk. Well played. Well played.
Button this time.
And okay, Jeff is the button this time. So I'm saying at an angle, it's hard to see. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. All right, Jeff really is on the button this time. Michael Monahan in the small. Larry in the big blind, which puts Freddy under the gun. He will be first to act. And he will raise to 25,000. Scott folds, as does Mike Trailer. Actions over to Cowboy, who folds as well, as does Benjamin from seat 1 and Antonio from seat 2. Action back over to Jeff, who folds. Michael Monahan in the small blind will fold here as well. Action on to Larry in his big blind, also folds. Freddy takes down the pot.
Pretty exciting stuff, huh?
Was that better? Five.
That's why I did what I did, to get the action.
Yeah.
Come on now.
He didn't get a chance to see, so just do, he'll watch this time and we'll let you know.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, of course. We talk about me not being
You're gonna win this, I'll be next guy out.
No in betweens.
Yeah, that's right.
No second.
I'm sure many more. Don't worry, I know my job's secure. All right, Michael Monahan is on the button here. Larry and Freddy are in the blinds. Scott will fold from under the gun, as does Mike Trailer and Cowboy. Actions over to Benjamin, who also makes the fold. Antonio folds as well. Action over to Jeff, who does raise. 25,000 is now the bet. Over to Mike Monahan, who folds. Larry from the small will fold here as well. On to Freddy on his big blind. And he will make a fold as well. Jeff wins the pot.
Probably not.
Not by much.
They said he had 9 clubs.
I raised 5 of diamonds.
All right, we have Larry on the button here. Freddy and Scott are in the blinds. Mike Trailer is under the gun and first to act.
All right, let's see if things even hold.
And Mike does lay down his hand. Action over to Cowboy, who also folds. Benjamin and Antonio folds as well. Jeff makes a raise here. 25,000 is now the bet. Moving on to Michael Monahan, who does fold. Larry in seat 5 and on the button folds as well. Freddy, who is in the small blind, makes a raise here. $50,000 is now the bet. Scott will fold his big blind, and Jeff does make the call. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes deuce of hearts, 10 of spades, king of hearts. Freddy is first to act. And he does bet 40,000, and Jeff will fold. Freddy takes down the pot. Just under 28 minutes, excuse me. All right, on to the next hand here. Freddy is on the button, Scott in the small, Mike Trailer in the big blind. Cowboy's first to act and does fold. Actions over to Benjamin in seat 1, who also folds, as does Antonio in seat 2. Actions over to Jeff. Jeff will raise to 25,000. Mike Monahan does fold. Action back over to Larry in seat 5, who also folds. On to Freddy on the button, who does fold as well. Scott in the small blind folds, and Michael Trailer makes the fold as well. Jeff takes down the pot. All right, moving on to the next hand, we have Scott on the button, Mike Trailer in the small blind, Cowboy in the big blind. Benjamin in seat 1 is first to act. And will lay his hand down, as does Antonio from seat 2. And Jeff from seat 3, actions over to Michael Monahan in seat 4, who does fold as well. On to Larry. Larry does make the fold. Action is now on Freddy in seat 6. Raises to 25,000. Scott folds from seat 7 onto Mike Trailer in the small blind. And we do have a call from Mike Trailer. Action is now on Cowboy and his big blind. Who will fold. We are now heads up to the flop. Go ahead. Mike Trailer is first to act here. And the flop comes Queen of Spades, Ace of Hearts, 7 of Diamonds. Mike Trailer checks, as does Freddy. Go ahead. Turn comes King of Clubs. Mike Trailer does bet out here. 29,000 is the bet. Action over to Freddy, who goes all in. And a fold from Mike Trailer. Freddy does show his hand. He does have Broadway with Jack 10 of spades. And we'll take down the pot. Thank you.
See the aces coming on you?
So you went to one.
Moving on to the next hand.
Were you gonna see my trailer's card last night? Zach?
Moving on to the next hand now. Michael Trailer is on the button. Cowboy in the small, Benjamin in the big blind. Antonio first to act and does fold. On to Jeff.
Better, thank you.
Jeff does fold, as does Michael Monahan. On to Larry in seat 5. Who does raise here to 22,000. Action over to Freddy, who folds. On to Scott. Scott folds here as well. Over to Mike Trailer in seat 8. Makes the fold. Cowboy in his small blind. Folds here as well. On to Benjamin in his big blind. And Benjamin does make the call. We are heads up to the flop between Benjamin and Larry. Go ahead. Flop comes 7 of clubs, deuce of hearts, 3 of diamonds. Benjamin is first to act. Benjamin will check onto Larry, who bets out 25,000. And Benjamin will fold here. Larry takes down the pot. Okay, on to the next hand, we have Cowboy on the button, Benjamin in the small, Antonio in the big blind, which puts Jeff Needleman in C3 under the gun and first to act. He does fold. On to Mike Monahan. Michael does raise here. The bet is 23,000. On to Larry in seat 5. Larry will make the fold here. On to Freddy in seat 6, who also folds. Scott in seat 7 folds as well. Over to Mike Trailer. Mike folds here as well. Cowboy will fold from the button. Benjamin in the small blind will fold as well. Action over to Antonio in his big blind and does make the fold. Michael Monahan takes down the pot. You're always wrong. You're just trying to make yourself sound better. All right, button is on Benjamin. Antonio in the small. Jeff in the big blind. Michael does fold under the gun, as does Larry. Action on to Freddy, who folds as well. Scott in seat 7. Will raise here. 22,000 is now the bet. Action is over to Mike Trailer in seat 8. And he does raise here. 38,000 is the bet. Cowboy will fold, as does Benjamin, and then we have an all-in from Antonio in seat 2. Jeff folds here as well. Back over to Scott, who does lay his hand down. Over to Mike Trailer. Does make the call. Oh, shit, sorry. All right, we are heads up, all in. Antonio showing pocket 7s. Mike Trailer showing pocket 8s. Antonio is at risk here.
Pocket 8s need to come into the left. That's good.
All righty, let's see a flop. Flop comes 8 of diamonds, Queen of hearts, Jack of clubs, giving Michael Trailer a set of 8s here. Antonio is at risk here with pocket 7s. He will need runner 7-7 in order to take down this hand. Ready for the turn? Okay, go ahead, put out the turn. Here comes the turn. It is, in fact, the King of hearts. No help for Antonio. That will be it for him. Go ahead and put the turn river out. And the river is a Jack of diamonds. Give it up for Antonio Payne, everyone. Congratulations to our 9th place finisher. Okay.
Mike, I had 9-10 there. Did you?
Lori?
Left in.
Okay, copy that. All right, guys, we're just going to pause the clock really quick to do a bumper with Miss Drea. It is not a break. Not a break. Please stay at the table. When he's done doing, with his mic.
Huh? They said not break, so keep going.
Yeah, no, but she said not deal. Just hold on. She said it's not a break, but it applies in the class for a minute.
Yeah, and then we get loose.
Yeah, it's not.
Interview.
Lori will escort you up to Mr.
Hey, I can't go out 9th now. That's right. Safe. Already, I think if I end up winning this thing, I'm going to owe you a steak dinner, buddy. You couldn't have been gone, but if an ace or queen comes on the river and a bunch of chips go in, it's going to hurt.
Blame it on.
I didn't like the king when it peeled off. I was like, man, is he slow playing like he's king here and the king peels off? I mean, he wasn't getting a lot of money out of me regardless.
All right, guys, with that elimination, we are now down
If we
to
see
8 players
if he
that are
flats,
matching final table.
if he flats on the turn and we see a river, then I can lose. Then I can lose a lot of chips.
I bet 75.
Yeah, I'd probably lose 60 to 70.
All right, and welcome back, guys, to the Ameristar Casino Hotel here in Vicksburg, Mississippi. We are now down to 8 players, bringing us that much closer to crowning our next HPT champion. Let's get right into the final table action.
All right, guys, we're back in. Okay. All right, cards in the air. Clock is being started. We have about 15 minutes left in level 20. Just so you guys know, we are going to take a 5-minute break at the end of this level for bathroom breaks and whatnot. All right, we have a dead button in seat 2. All right, we do have a dead button in seat 2. Jeff is in the small blind here. Michael Monahan is in the big blind. Larry's first to act. And he does fold. Action over to Larry, Freddy in seat 6. He folds as well, as does Scott from seat 7. Michael Trailer folds here as well, onto Cowboy, who also will make the fold. Benjamin in seat 1. Does make the call of 10,000. Onto Jeff in his small blind. Calls here as well. Michael Monahan in the big blind. His check is, it is his option.
Make it 40.
And raises to 40,000.
That's 10 too much. There you go.
Action back over to Benjamin. Benjamin will fold. Action back over to Jeff, who does make the call. We are heads up to the flop. Go ahead. Flop comes 5 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 8 of spades. Jeff does check. Action over to Michael,
55.
who bets out 55,000. And Jeff does lay it down. Michael Monahan will take down the pot. Alrighty, buttons on seat 3, which puts Michael Monahan in the small blind, Larry White in the big blind. Freddy will be first to act under the gun and does fold. On to Scott, who folds as well. Actions over to Michael Trailer from seat 8, and he will raise to 22,000. Cowboy and Benjamin do fold, as does Jeff Needleman. Actions over to Michael Monahan. 22,000. Yes. Michael Monahan will fold his small blind. Action over to Larry White on his big blind. Will fold as well. Michael Trailer wins the pot. Alrighty. On to the next hand. We have Michael Monahan on the button, Larry White in the small, Freddy, I'm not going to say, Freddy in the big blind. Scott is first to act and does fold here. Action over to Mike Trailer. He will raise here. 22,000 is the bet. Cowboy makes the fold. Action over to Benjamin in seat 1. He will call. On to Jeff, who raises now. 41,000 is now the bet. Michael Monahan does fold from the button. 41,000 is bet. Larry folds his small blind. On to Freddy. In for 10,000 on the big, also folds. Back to Mike Trailer, who makes the call. As does Benjamin. We have a three-way action to the pot, to the flop. Three players to the flop. Flop comes ace of spades, three of spades, ace of diamonds. Michael Trailer is first to act. And he does check, as does Benjamin. Action over to Jeff. And Jeff will bet 50,000 here. Back over to Mike Trailer in seat 8. Mike Trailer does lay his hand down, as does Benjamin. Jeff does take down the pot. Moving on to the next hand, we have Larry White on the button, Freddy in the small, Scott in the big blind, Mike Trailer is first to act. I don't know what's wrong with me today, guys. I'm sorry. Mike does fold, as does Cowboy, Benjamin, and Jeff. Actions over to Michael Monahan. Who does raise here to 23,000. Larry will fold from the button. Freddy will fold his small blind onto Scott in the big blind, who also will make a fold. Michael Monahan takes down the pot. All right, we have Freddy on the button here, Scott in the small, Mike Trailer in the big. Cowboy is first to act and does make the fold, as does Benjamin. Action over to Jeff, who will also fold. Mike Monahan folds as well. Back over to Larry in seat 5, and he folds. On to Freddy. Who does raise. He makes it 26,000. And Scott goes all in. Mike Trailer folds. Action back over to Freddy, who will also fold. Scott takes down the pot. Just about 5 minutes left in this level. Just another reminder, we will have a short 5-minute break at the completion of this level.
Yeah, Scott, you haven't been quite as active yesterday and today as you were on the first day.
Keep getting 8 dues.
Wrong game for that time.
All right, we have Scott on the button, Mike Trailer in the small blind, Cowboy in the big blind, which makes Benjamin in C1 first to act. He will fold over to Jeff. Jeff folds as well. Mike Monahan will fold, and action is over to Larry in seat 5. He folds as well, on to Freddy, who also will fold. And Scott does raise here. 20,000 is now the bet. Over to Mike Trailer in his small blind. He will fold. Over to Cowboy. And Cowboy will lay it down. Scott takes down the pot.
That was a terrible hand.
He give a flop, man.
All right, moving on to the next hand is Mike Trailer on the button, Cowboy in the small blind, Benjamin in the big blind, making Jeff in C3 are under the gun and first to act. He will fold. Action's over to Mike Monahan in seat 4, also folding. Now Larry folds as well. On to Freddy, who will fold. Scott from seat 7 folds as well. On to Mike Trailer. He will fold as well. On to Cowboy in his small blind. Folds. And Benjamin will get a walk.
Y'all got that censor button ready?
Moving on to the next hand, we have Cowboy on the button, Benjamin in the small blind, Jeff is in the big blind. Mike Monahan is first to act. Mike Monahan folds. Larry will fold as well from seat 5. On to Freddy, who also makes the fold. Scott folds as well. Over to Mike Trailer. And he will fold.
22.
On to Cowboy, who raises out here. 22,000 is now the bet. Benjamin will fold from the small blind. As does Jeff from the big blind. A Cowboy does take down the pot. Yay!
I mean, yay.
I thought I heard crickets back there earlier. Thank you.
Yeah, where you just touch your hand is perfect.
Last hand?
Yes, this should be the last hand.
Alrighty, this will be the last hand at this level before our 5-minute break. Benjamin is on the button now. Jeff in the small blind. Mike Monahan is in the big blind. Action is on Larry. Larry does fold his hand.
Freddy wants to take a flop.
This guy right here is the dream crusher. 28.
Freddie does raise here to 28,000.
This guy too.
Scott does fold. Action's over to Mike Trailer.
Pocket nine for good. You're pocket nine for good.
Mike will fold here onto Cowboy. He folds as well.
We come back, Cowboy. I'll take
Benjamin folds.
one if everyone folds. We have to take flop.
Jeff folds as well onto Mike Monahan in his big blind. And he does make the call. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes eight of spades, 6 of spades, 10 of clubs. Mike Monahan checks. Freddie does bet here. 55. 55,000 is now the bet.
140.
We have a raise from Mike Monahan of 140. And Freddie lays it down. Mike Monahan will take down the pot. All right, 5-minute break, everyone. 5-minute break. right, welcome back, everybody. We have Jeff here on the button. Michael and Larry are in the blinds. Freddy is under the gun and first to act. He will fold, as does Scott from seat 7. Back over to Mike Trailer, who folds as well. As does Cowboy. Action over to Benjamin. He will fold as well. Jeff is on the button and does fold. Action on Michael Monahan from the small blind. He will raise here, 31,000. That's correct. And Larry does fold. Michael takes down the pot.
That was pretty thin raise there. Should be a call.
It should have been a call.
Should have been a call.
Initial
It's one oversized chip.
Right.
Still
You just threw in one
you just
oversized
grab the
chip.
other chip
You're
and
right.
put it all in.
You're right.
Hey, for all of you who've turned your microphone off, can you turn it back on,
Oh.
please? And that was a call, guys, I'm sorry. That previous hand, the throwing out of the 25K oversized chip was in fact a call. Yeah. Stop it.
Mike, you know.
Right.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next hand, we have Scott under the gun, first to act. He will fold, as does Michael Trailer. On to Cowboy, who will also fold, as does Benjamin. Actions over to Jeff. Jeff folds as well.
Raise.
Raise declared from Michael Monahan. He does raise to 32,000. We have a fold from Larry. Action over to Freddy on his big blind, who will also fold. And Michael Monahan takes down the pot. On to the next hand, we have Michael Trailer under the gun. He will be first to act. Him and Cowboy fold onto Benjamin, who will also fold. Actions over to Jeff. Jeff will raise to 30,000. Mike Monahan calls. Action over to Larry. Larry will fold from the button onto Freddy from a small blind. Will fold as well. Action is on Scott, who is in the big blind, and will fold. We are heads up to the flop between Jeff and Michael Monahan. Go ahead. The flop comes Queen of Clubs, 7 of Diamonds, 5 of Spades. Jeff will be first to act and checks. Mike will bet here. 24,000, and Jeff will fold his hand. Michael takes down the pot.
One oversized chip thrown out is call. That's a TD thing, I know better. Or maybe
Alrighty, and on to the next hand now. We have Freddy on the button, Scott and Michael in the blinds, folded around to Larry in seat 5. On to Freddy and his button. He will fold. Scott from the small blind is now up to act. And he will fold. Michael Trailer does get a walk.
Yeah, we can share for the loss. Well played. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
That's my line.
It's always nice to get the compliment from the best player.
Moving on now, we have Scott on the button. Mike Trailer on the small. Cowboy in the big. Benjamin is under the gun and first to act. Elects to fold. Over to Jeff, who folds as well. Action is now on Michael Monahan. Who does raise?
28,000.
28,000 is now the bet.
No, it's Mike Monahan raised 28.
Folds around to Michael Trailer, who will fold onto Cowboy and his big blind.
Or it must be peach of the hand. Remember that?
Spots to get to say I'll be your uncle there.
And we do have a call from Cowboy.
It's 28,000 from Cowboy and Michael Monahan onto the flop. Go ahead, put out the flop.
Here comes the flop. Jack of clubs, king of spades, 10 of hearts. Cowboy is first to act.
Check.
Check.
Check from Cowboy onto Michael Monahan.
27,000.
27,000 is the bet from Michael Monahan. And Cowboy will fold. Michael Monahan will take down the pot.
Almost like you might be an ace. Please no ace. Please no ace. I have to. Wasn't the smartest. And I knew that. And I didn't even care.
Steal, 'cause it flipped
I
over
didn't
the
even
wall.
care.
No, it's not a mistake.
Only one of the first
If
two.
you do a
It
second
was
card,
a
it's
terrible call.
and then give him back a,
got one of
and then
those
put a
hands,
three of spades on top of the, no, on the deck. On the deck face up. All the way out on the deck. There you go.
Well, I mean,
Alright, gonna do it like
given
that.
who it was, too.
Sorry about that, guys.
Not flopping on them.
Alrighty, we have Mike Trailer on the button, Cowboy in the small, Benjamin in the big. Jeff is first to act and does raise. 30,000 is now the bet. Michael Monahan folds onto Larry. Larry does make the call of 30,000. We do have a fold from Freddy and Scott. Actions over to Mike Trailer. He will fold. Cowboy will also fold from the small blind onto Benjamin in the big blind. Makes the fold. We are now heads up between Jeff and Larry. Heads up to the flop.
So it's my burn card.
Yep, that's your burn.
3 of spades is the burn. Face down like a burn card. Queen of clubs, Jack of hearts, Ace of hearts on the flop.
It was exposed for
You check.
Jeff does check. Action is over to Larry. And Larry bets out 45,000. And Jeff will fold.
That's 45,000, right? Yeah, 45,000. Was it Audrey? Audrey?
Squirrel.
The loud cheering you just heard was from Miss Audrey White, Larry's wife. Let's give her a nice hand and nice little welcome here. Welcome, Audrey.
Or squirrel? Did I say squirrel?
Moving on to the next hand, we have Cowboy on the button, Benjamin in the small, Jeff in the big blind, Larry Monahan, Michael Monahan is under the gun in first act. He will fold here. Action on to Larry White in seat 5. He folds as well. Moving on to Freddy, who makes a fold. Now Scott, who folds as well. Over to Mike Trailer.
You're having deja vu for this office.
And we have a fold from him and Cowboy. Action over to Benjamin in the small blind. And he will fold. Jeff gets a walk.
Well played.
All right, next hand coming up. Benjamin will be on the button. Jeff will be in the small blind. Michael Monahan in the big blind. And Larry will first act.
Raise to
All right.
28,000.
Larry is first to act.
28,028.
He will raise to 28,000. Freddie and Scott both fold. Over to Michael Trailer. He folds as well as Cowboy. Over to Benjamin. Will fold from the button. On to Jeff, who will also fold. And Mike Monahan in the big blind. Also folds. Larry takes down the pot.
Down to chip queen under the gun there, Larry.
Close. Real close. I ain't seen aces. And the kings against you, that's the best hand I've seen.
All right, starting out this hand, we have Jeff on the button, Mike in the small blind, Larry in the big blind. Freddie is first to act and will fold along with Scott.
Funny that thing, just one deal goes.
And we are folding around to Benjamin.
Raise 28,000.
We do have a raise from Benjamin. 28,000 is now the bet. Jeff does fold, as does Michael Monahan from his small blind. Action on to Larry. And Larry does make the call, 28,000. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes 7 of spades, queen of diamonds, deuce of spades. Larry first to act, checks. Action over to Benjamin. Benjamin does bet here, 36,000. And Larry will lay it down. Benjamin takes down the pot. Yay. On to the next hand, we have Michael Monahan on the button. Larry in the small, Freddy in the big. Scott does fold, first to act. Next up is Mike Trailer, who will also fold. As does Cowboy and Benjamin. Action's over to Jeff, who will fold. Mike Monahan does raise here to 27,000. Larry in the small blind does fold. Action's over to Freddy in the big blind. And he will open fold as well. Michael takes down the pot. Alrighty, we're back. Larry on the button, Freddy in the small blind, Scott in the big blind. Mike T first to act. We'll lay it down, as does Cowboy. Action's over to Benjamin, who will fold. Next up is Jeff, who also folds. And we have a raise from Mike Monahan of 27,000. Action's over to Larry on the button, who does fold. On to Freddy in the small blind. Will also fold. And Scott from the button also, or excuse me, from the big blind also folds. Michael Monahan does take down the pot. Monahan, Monahan, Monahan. Alrighty, here comes the next hand. We have Freddy on the button, Scott in the small blind, Mike Trailer in the big blind. Cowboy's first to act and does make a fold. Action over to Benjamin. He does raise to 28,000. Folds around to Larry, who folds as well. Action is on Freddy, who folds as well. Over to Scott in the small blind, who does fold. And Mike Trailer makes the call. Heads up to the flop. Flop comes 4 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 7 of clubs. Mike Trailer first to act. Does check. Action's over to Benjamin. He bets out here. 44,000 is the bet. And a call. Moving on to the turn.
Go ahead.
Is the 7 of hearts. Mike is first to act. And checks. And Benjamin checks as well. On to the river comes the ace of clubs. Mike is first. Mike will open here for 66,000.
That's 66,000.
Two hands right here.
What's that?
I can beat two hands. Beat 9, 10, and I can beat 8, 9.
Don't have either one of those.
Beat a flush draw.
As long as it's a bad one.
And Benjamin does lay it down. Mike Traylor wins the pot. All right, moving on to the next hand, we have Scott on the button, Mike Traylor in the small, Cowboy in the big. So far it has folded around to Michael Monahan, who will also fold. Action's on to Larry. Larry folds as well. On to Freddy, who folds. Scott does fold from the button.
I promise you, if it folded does, when we came back to this
And Mike Trailer does make the call with a check from Cowboy. We are heads up to the flop.
We like flops.
Flop comes 5 of hearts, 9 of clubs, queen of diamonds. Mike Trailer first to act.
Check.
And checks. On to Cowboy, who does bet 12,000.
All right, that's it. No more flops for you.
And a fold. Cowboy does take down the pot and shows his hand. What is it?
10-3.
That was it, Cowboy. That was it.
Showed 10
You
of
wanted a
10
flop,
3
you got
10-3
one.
offsuit.
and 3 offsuit.
Be a player to one.
Keep it on 10, but the big one is 12,000.
No more flops. No more cheap flops. The bare minimum.
Moving on to the next hand, we have Jeff under the gun. Does raise to 30,000. Mike Monahan folds. On to Larry in seat 5.
30,000.
Larry does make the call. A little sloppy. Yeah, a little sloppy call, but it was a call nonetheless. Freddy folds as well. Excuse me, Freddy folds, as does Scott. Mike will fold on the button, onto Cowboy in the small, who also folds onto Benjamin in the big blind. Folds as well. We are heads up between Jeff and Larry. Heads up to the flop. Ace of clubs, ace of spades, 10 of diamonds on the flop.
It was 30,000. And a call from Larry. So Jeff makes the initial raiser. Larry made the call first pass.
We do have a bet here now of 30,000 from Jeff and a raise from Larry.
60,000.
60,000 is now the bet, and Larry will fold.
30,000 from Larry. 30,000 from Jeff to be flop. 30,000 from Larry to call. At first flop, Jeff bets out 30, Larry raises to 60.
Way to go, Larry.
Yeah, Larry. I'm your fan.
Go ahead, baby.
Ace, 10, ace. Was it ace, 10, ace? Yes. Ace, 10, queen?
Ace,
Something.
10.
What was ace, 10? It was ace, 10, ace, right?
Ace, 10, right?
See it? Come on. You make me doubt myself. How dare you?
All right, on to the next hand now. Benjamin in the small, Jeff in the big blind. Mike Monahan is first to act and does raise to 27,000. Larry does fold. Folds around to Benjamin, who is in the small blind. He will fold here as well. On to Jeff and his big blind, and he will fold. Mike Monahan takes down the pot. Moving on to the next hand, we have Benjamin on the button, Jeff in the small, Michael in the big. Folds around to Cowboy,
24,000.
who raises to 24,000. Fold from Benjamin, fold from Jeff. Actions over to Mike Monahan. Who raises here? 72?
72,000.
72,000 is now the bet. And Cowboy will fold. Michael Monahan takes down the pot.
I don't think there's any extra schedule for the first one. So, I could possibly wait on this.
All right, moving on to the next hand, we have Jeff on the button. Mike Monahan in the small blind, Larry in the big blind.
26,000.
Folds around to Scott, who makes it
26,000.
26,000. Folds around to Benjamin. Benjamin will fold over to Jeff. Jeff calls 26,000. On to Mike Monahan in the small blind. He does fold. Action onto Larry and his big blind. And Larry does call. So 3 players to the flop. Flop comes Queen of Hearts, Deuce of Clubs, 6 of Diamonds. Larry's first to act. He does check onto Scott. Scott bets out here, 20,000. Jeff does fold. Back onto Larry, who folds. Scott will take down the pot. All right, we have Mike Monahan on the button. Larry in the small. Freddy in the big. Folds around to Mike Trailer.
Right, 25,000.
He does raise to 25,000. Actions over to Cowboy, who folds, as does Benjamin. Jeff makes the fold as well. Mike Monahan folds his button. Larry folds as well. Action over to Freddy.
Call.
And a call. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes 9 of spades, 7 of diamonds, 5 of hearts. Freddy is first to act. And checks. Mike Trailer makes a bet of 30,000 here. Back over to Freddy, who lays down his hand. Mike Trailer wins the pot.
We'll have to give that one to Mr. McGinnis back home. Thanks, sir. It's my buddy's favorite hand.
On to the next hand now. Scott is in the big blind, folds around to Mike Monahan, who does raise. 26,000 is now the bet. Larry folds from the button. Action on Freddy in his small blind, does make the fold. Onto Scott in the big blind. Will also fold. Michael Monahan takes down the pot.
That's a technical poker term for those of you that don't know.
I've heard it before.
Oh.
A couple times.
Sorry.
I really actually hope they put that in.
I know, I do too.
Holy bleep.
Well, they're good.
Yeah, I'm all right. Folds around.
You guys,
Folds around to the small blind.
I promise you, all my hands.
Oh, you're right.
Well, it was folding around, so I figured, well, it's never announcing it before. Actions on Scott in his small blind. He does raise here. Was that 26?
27.
27,000 is now the bet. Action over to Mike Trailer in the big blind. And he does fold. Scott takes down the pot. On the next hand now, we have Scott on the button. Mike Trailer in the small. Cowboy in the big blind. And it has folded around to Larry in seat 5. He will fold as well. Action on Freddy. Makes a fold. On to Scott on the button. Will also fold. Over to Mike Trailer in a small blind. And gives Cowboy a walk.
Give me my 3 chips. You hear that? Crickets.
Someone's excited for you, sir. You know he's
My kids watching, that's all that matters. That's all.
All right, we have Mike Trailer on the button, Cowboy in the small, Benjamin in the big blind. Jeff is under the gun in first to act. He does fold onto Mike Monahan, who will also fold. Actions over to Larry in seat 5. He folds here as well. So does Freddy. On to Scott. Scott raises to 27,000. Mike Trailer folds from the button onto Cowboy in the small blind, who does fold. Action over to Benjamin in the big blind. Again, facing a bet of 27,000. And we have an all in from Benjamin. And a call.
No, Ben goes all in. Scott calls.
That's all you can ask for.
Got that? So,
Hey, Shaq, it's
yeah,
not
no,
for you.
yeah.
What do you want to bring him down where?
Benjamin was in the big blind.
Huh?
Scott raised to 27,000. Benjamin shoved all in, and Scott called.
Alrighty, we are heads up all in.
Yeah, I remember that.
Correct. Yep. You pull the ace jack over to the right.
To the right? Okay, this way.
How's that? Good? Okay.
Alrighty, we are heads up all in. Benjamin with ace jack off suit against ace king of clubs from Scott. Benjamin is at risk here. Let's go ahead and see a flop. Flop comes 5 of hearts, 8 of diamonds, 3 of clubs. No help for Benjamin. Go ahead. 9 of spades on the turn. No help for Benjamin. Scott still ahead with ace king suited. Go ahead. And the river is a jack of diamonds. Benjamin will double up.
Wow, I felt it coming.
Go ahead.
You did? I did, I felt it. Felt it. Ooh-wee.
So Benjamin had
128,000.
128,000 after the bets were pulled in.
128.
Yeah, no, she's still.
It happens.
Especially brutal here where they gotta punish you in slow motion.
Yeah, I know. You gotta wait.
Even worse.
Good to go?
Yeah, we all have.
How much is that?
All right, that-
128.
Yeah, all the more reason I want to get to the
Buddy, that jack on the river just loves you. Saved your tournament life 3 times now.
I wasn't all in. Wasn't all in at one time.
Oh, well.
10 big bucks.
Just big one.
Run it up.
Alrighty, on to the next hand. We have Cowboy on the button, Benjamin in the small, Jeff in the big blind. Mike Monahan will fold onto Larry, who also folds. Action is now on Freddy in seat 6.
Ray,
And he will raise here.
26,000.
26,000 is now the bet. Scott folds over to Mike Trailer, who will also fold. Now on to Cowboy. Who will also fold, as does Benjamin, and Jeff will fold his big blind. Scott takes down the pot. Excuse me, Freddy takes down the pot. Excuse me. Moving on to the next hand, we have Benjamin on the button. Jeff in the small, Mike Monahan in the big. Larry White under the gun. He does fold. Action over to Freddy, who also folds. And we have an all-in from Scott. A fold for Mike Trailer and Cowboy, followed by Benjamin on his button. Moving on to Jeff in the small blind, will fold as well. Mike Monahan from the big blind asks for a count.
11,000 total?
60,000.
Oh, 60,000, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. 60,000.
60,000 is the all-in.
I'm sorry.
And Mike Monahan will fold. Scott takes down the pot.
Never mind if you call.
All right, on to the next hand. Jeff on the button, Michael Monahan in the small, Larry White in the big blind. Folds around to Benjamin. And he will raise here to 25,000. Jeff folds.
Fold.
Mike will fold as well. Action over to Larry in the big blind. And he will open fold as well. I think that's deuce 7. Deuce 7. 7 deuce. And Benjamin takes down the pot.
Didn't have many outs, and, okay, what?
We're still blind, but that's the case.
Yeah, that's easy to do right there. That sure would have had. Well, I turned mine up.
I hadn't seen him too. Four of us. Wow.
Alrighty, on to the next hand. Larry in the small, Freddy in the big. Scott does go all in. Mike and Cowboy both fold onto Benjamin, who also will fold. Action over to Jeff in seed 3. Makes the fold, as does Michael Monahan on the button. Over to Larry in the small blind. He will fold as well. On to Freddy in the big blind, who will also fold.
And there's a lot of deuces in this deck.
I had 4 dudes.
I had 8 deuce.
Let me get,
Biggest card that got dealt that hand.
They actually turned it up.
I don't even know what they look like.
I don't know.
What, aces?
Huh?
Aces?
Yeah.
I do, they look like.
You remember
They
that
don't
far
visit
back?
very often, but we know what they look like.
I can only imagine what they look like together.
All right, moving on to the next hand. Mike Trailer is under the gun, first to act, and he will fold. And it folds around to Jeff, who will also fold. On to Mike Monahan, who raises to 27,000. On to Larry on the button, who will fold. Freddy from the small blind will also fold. Action over to Scott. Scott calls all in.
Can you post at 27, tell me how much?
below 27, so
Mike asks for a count. We are going to be pulling in 27,000 from each player in the hand.
82,000 more? How much more? 82,000 more? 82,000 more?
It is 82,000 more for Michael to call. And Michael lays it down. Scott will take down the pot. On to the next hand. Cowboy is under the gun, first to act, and will fold, as does Benjamin. And Jeff. Mike Monahan does raise here to 27,000. Action is now on Larry.
They're making me look like the tightest players in the history of poker.
When you see it on TV, you'll see why.
Raise.
Larry declares raise.
So I'll do it to 67,000.
To 67,000. 67,000 is now the bet. Folds around to Mike Trailer in his big blind. He does fold. Action's over to Mike Monahan.
Call.
And a call. Heads up to the flop between Mike Monahan and Larry White. Board comes ace of spades, eight of clubs, 9 of spades. Mike Monahan checks. Larry does bet 45,000.
Call.
And a call for Mike Monahan.
40,000.
Oh, excuse me, 40,000. 40,000. Yes.
Ready?
Okay, go ahead. On to the turn, which is a deuce of hearts. Both players check. And now the turn, or excuse me, the river. 9 of clubs on the river. Mike Monahan first to act. We'll bet out here. 75? 85,000 is the bet, 85,000. And a call. Let's see the hands. We have pair of sevens and ace queen. Pair of sevens from Mike. Ace queen for Larry to give him a pair of aces and nines for queen kicker. Larry will take down the pot. Moving on to the next hand, we have Scott on the button, Michael Trailer in the small blind, Cowboy in the big blind, Benjamin folds, Jeff folds, action over to Michael Monahan. Who does raise here to 27,000. Larry does fold here. Action over to Freddy, who will also fold, as does Scott from his button. Action over to Mike Trailer in the small blind, who will fold. On to Cowboy in the big blind, who will also fold. Mike Monahan will take down the pot. Level. I'm going to pause the clock and do a very quick color up, not a full race off, just a little color up here and there, okay? So don't go anywhere. Thank you. Alrighty, on to the next hand here.
Raise it up, 26,000.
Jeff is first to act and does raise to 26,000. Michael and Larry both fold. Actions on to Freddy, who also folds. Now on to Scott. Scott declares all in. Mike Trailer does fold from the button, as does Cowboy from the small blind. Benjamin folds his big blind, and Jeff does make the call. We have an all in and a call.
That's what they look like.
That's what they
Maybe
look
hit a
like.
queen.
Well,
You're the favorite.
Done it a while ago.
All right, we do have aces from Jeff against pocket queens from Scott. Flop comes ace of spades, 10 of diamonds, 5 of spades. Jeff does flop a set. Scott is behind here with pocket queens, but not at risk. Oh, he is at risk. Well, actually, it's close, yes. All right, go ahead and see your turn. Turn comes the 5 of hearts, no help for Scott. Go ahead and put out the river. And that will make a full house for Jeff. Ace is full of 5s. He will double up here.
Yeah, gotta let us suckers get lucky once in a while or we'll never come back. It's gonna be
141,000.
wow. Looks like you have 141.
141,000 is Jeff's all in.
He has
He has 141 exactly.
41,000, so it's an
Same
exact,
count.
it is a knockout. Scott is out. And that is a knockout, is 141,000. Both players had 141 exactly. That is it for Scott in our eighth place finisher for Scott. Just give him a round of applause, everyone. It's just, no, this is not the natural. I'm just going to do a color up. That's not accurate. Are we doing an exit interview? Oh.
I'm missing your count up?
Huh?
I'm missing your count up?
No.
Right back. Wait, what? Oh.
Like that. Everybody, just want me to? Please.
Ready? You do the welcome back. I have to do the welcome back. And welcome back, guys, to the Ameristar Casino Hotel here in Vicksburg, Mississippi, where we are now down to 7 players, bringing us that much closer to crowning our next HPT champion. Let's get right into the action.
For everyone. Okay. The production team needs it too.
They're all from their teenagers.
So I've got 60, 75, 100,000. Okay, once again, start of level 22. 2,000 on the ante, 8 and 16 on the blind. Alrighty, so level 22, 2,000 ante, 816 on the blinds. We will have a dinner break at the completion of this level, so in about 1 hour. Dealer, shuffle up and deal. Good luck, everyone. All right, Button is on Cowboy. Benjamin is in the small. Jeff is in the big blind. Mike Monahan is first to act and does fold, as does Larry. Folds around to Cowboy. Cowboy declares all in.
Remember what I had the last time somebody did that to me?
Action is on Benjamin. It is his small blind.
Yeah.
And Benjamin does fold. Action over to Jeff and his big blind.
You might have a better hand than this.
And he will fold what looks like deuce 7 offsuit. Cowboy wins the pot.
Yay, Cowboy!
And he will raise.
Count, please.
35,000 is the bet. Cowboy will fold. Action's over to Benjamin, who also folds. Jeff does fold from the button. Action's over to Mike Monahan. Mike Monahan does make the call. Action over to Larry and his big blind. He will fold. We are heads up to the flop. Here comes the flop. King of clubs, 6 of spades, 4 of diamonds. Mike Monahan will check. And Mike does bet out 130. Mike Monahan does bet out 130. Back over to Mike Trailer. Who does fold?
So trailer bets out 53.
Alrighty, moving on to the next hand. We have Mike Monahan on the button, Larry in the small blind, Freddy in the big blind, Mike Trailer under the gun. He does raise here. Is it 33,000? 33,000 is the bet. Cowboy and Benjamin both fold. Action's over to Jeff, who also folds. Mike Monahan will fold from the button. Larry in the small blind also folds, as does Freddy. Mike Trailer wins the pot.
Lose one, win one, break even.
Yeah. What's my break even?
All right, moving on to the next hand, we have Larry on the button, Freddy in the small, Mike Trailer in the big blind. Cowboy first to act does fold. Action's over to Benjamin, who also folds onto Jeff. And a fold. And we have a raise from Mike Monahan. 36,000 is the bet. Over to Larry, who does make the fold. Action now on Freddy in the small blind, will also fold. Over to Mike Trailer in his big blind. Mike Trailer does make the call. We will be heads up to the flop. Mike versus Mike. Trailer is first to act. Board comes 7 of hearts, 4 of spades, 6 of spades. Mike Trailer is first up. And checks. Over to Monahan, who bets out 40,000. And a fold from Trailer. Mike Monahan wins the pot. All right, moving on to the next hand, we have Freddy on the button, Trailer on the small blind, Cowboy in the big. Benjamin is first to act and does fold. Action's over to Jeff, who will also fold. Monahan folds next, up to Larry now. Larry does fold. Action over to Freddy on the button. He will raise here.
Was it 30?
Put in 2 more thousand.
What's the bet?
And Freddy will raise to 32,000. Over to Mike Trailer in the small blind. He will fold here. Up to Cowboy now in the big blind. He will fold as well. Freddy takes down the pot.
Might want to update your board. Still says 8.
Oh,
Okay, on to the next hand. Button is on trailer. Cowboy in the small, Benjamin in the big blind. Folds around to Larry. Larry does raise here.
We need a little more too.
32,000 is the bet.
No, no. Full blind, guys.
Freddy will fold. Action's over to Mike Trailer. He will fold from the button. Cowboy in the small blind. And an all in from Cowboy. Benjamin does fold. Action's back over to Larry. And Larry will lay it down. Cowboy wins the pot.
They almost fought for you, Cowboy. Almost.
They don't need to.
Here.
They got nothing but that for me.
Alrighty, moving on to the next hand, we have Benjamin in the small blind. Jeff is in the big blind. Monahan is first to act. And folds. Action on to Larry, who also folds. Moving on to Freddy in seat 6. Freddy now raises to 35,000.
Well, that's no fair. We gotta get the numbers right.
Folds from Trailer and Cowboy. Action over to Benjamin, who also folds. Over to Jeff in the big blind. And he does call 35,000. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes 7 of diamonds, 4 of spades, 4 of diamonds. Jeff is first to act and does check. Action over to Freddy, who bets out 40,000. And Jeff will fold.
Thanks for letting me play poker, honey. All right, moving on to the next hand. We have Jeff in the small blind. Monahan in the big.
folds around to trailer. And we have a raise. 33,000 is the bet. Folds around back over to Jeff in the small blind. He will fold as well. And Mike Monahan will fold his big blind. Trailer wins the pot. All right, this hand we have Jeff on the button, Monahan in the small, Larry in the big, folds around to Cowboy. And that's a raise from Cowboy. What's that? 34,000 is the bet from Cowboy. Folds around to Jeff. And Jeff will make the call of 34,000. And a call from Mike Monahan. And Larry will fold his big blind. That's a three-way action to the flop. Mike Monahan will be first to act. Flop comes King of Spades, Deuce of Clubs, Nine of Hearts. Mike Monahan is first and will bet out 43,000. And a fold from Cowboy and Jeff. Mike Monahan will take down the pot. Moving on to the next hand, we have Michael Monahan on the button. Larry is in the small. Freddy is in the big blind. Folds around now to Benjamin. Benjamin will fold as well. Actions on Jeff in C3. And a fold. Mike Monahan will fold from the button. Over to Larry in the small blind. And Larry will raise here. 40,000 is the bet. And a fold from Freddy. Larry will take down the pot.
You big bully.
I always call you Cowboy. Every day I've known you, I call you Cowboy. Sleep deprivation is my excuse.
Good story.
Freddy is in the blind. Mike Trailer's in the big blind. Cowboy is first act. Folds around to Jeff. Jeff will raise to 35,000. And it folds over to Freddy in the small blind. He will fold as well. Action is on Trailer in the big blind. And he will fold. Jeff takes down the pot. All right, moving on to the next hand here. We have Freddy on the button, Trailer in the small, Cowboy in the big. Folds around to Mike Monahan. He does raise here. 37 is the bet from Mike Monahan. And a fold from Larry. Action over to Freddy. Folds from the button. And Trailer does make the call. Over to Cowboy in the big blind. And an all-in announced from Cowboy. Mike Monahan will fold. Action is over to Mike Trailer. And a fold from Mike Trailer. Cowboy does take down the pot. Yay.
I'm in the blue chip business, people.
Moving on to the next hand, we have Cowboy in the small blind, Benjamin in the big blind. Folds around to Larry.
I can't hear you, I'm 35.
Raises to 35. Larry raises to 35. Freddy folds. Mike Trailer folds as well. Action over to Cowboy in the small blind. He will fold as well. And Benjamin folds. Larry takes down the pot.
I'm gonna start doing it too now. I mean, seriously.
Squirrel.
All righty, we have Benjamin in the small blind. Jeff in the big blind. Folds around to Mike Trailer, who does raise to 35,000. Cowboy folds his button. Benjamin folds as well. Action over to Jeff in the big blind, who folds. And Mike Trailer will win the hand. Alrighty, next hand here. Jeff in the small, Monahan in the big. Larry folds. Action over to Freddy. Freddy now folds over to Trailer. He will fold as well, as does Cowboy. Action over to Benjamin. He will raise. 77,000 is the bet. Jeff does fold. Mike Monahan goes all in. And a call from Benjamin. We are heads up all in. Benjamin shows pocket fours. Mike Monahan shows king 10 of hearts.
We're doing the thing where Mike Monahan being in worse positions should appreciate the ladies in early position. Have the hand on the So Benjamin has the pocket fours. He's seen one, but he's on the button. That's fine. Okay. Can you bring the fours in closer together and to the right? And to the right? There we go, there we go, there we go. Up more. And then king 10 to the left, about an inch to the left.
First time I'm involved in this. This is nerve-wracking.
Perfect, good. Okay.
All right, here comes the flop. Flop comes Jack of spades, ace of diamonds, 6 of spades. No help for Mike. Benjamin with pocket fours are still good. Mike's going to need a queen, a king, or a 10. in order to win the hand. Benjamin at risk here with pocket fours.
Go ahead, put out the turn.
And the turn is a deuce of clubs. No help from Mike Monahan. Benjamin still ahead with pocket fours. Once again, we need a king, queen, or 10 for Mike, or else Benjamin will win this hand.
Go ahead, put out the river.
And the river is a 4. That's trip 4s for Benjamin.
Go ahead and get a count for Benjamin on his cards. Or Benjamin's chips.
Been running well.
Well, I'm a lucky.
For those of you in the audience who are smoking, we ask that you please go smoke at the bar or behind. The smoke is coming into the final table area. Thank you.
182.
Okay, Benjamin has 182.
182,000 for Benjamin. All right, go ahead and push the chips.
I tried, guys. Start over again.
All right, next hand.
On to the next hand, we have Jeff on the button. Monahan in the small blind, Larry in the big blind.
It's okay.
Keep going.
Yeah, you need to put the cut card back on the bottom there. Only if it's the first 2 cards on the deck. Sorry, those cards with letters on it were unlucky.
All right, we are back. We have Mike Monahan in the small. Larry in the big folds around to trailer who bets 35,000. Action is on Cowboy.
35,000 from Chandler. And a raise from Cowboy.
And Cowboy will raise. I need to count. $95,000 is the bet from Cowboy. Folds around to Monahan. He will fold as well. Action over to Larry. Larry makes the fold as well. Action back over to Mike Trailer. And an all-in from Mike Trailer.
Is that a call? Cowboy say call?
And a call. We are heads up, all in.
Queens against tens.
Cowboy has pocket queens. Mike Trailer shows pocket tens.
How's the board look? Looks good?
Okay.
Cowboy, how many chips do you have? Cowboys? Cowboy, you're okay.
All right. No. All right, Cowboy is at risk here with pocket queens. Michael has pocket tens.
All right, go ahead and put out the flop.
Ace of clubs is the burn. Here comes the flop. And the flop comes king of hearts, king of clubs, 10 of spades. Mike Trailer does flop a boat. Full house, tens full of kings. Cowboy needs a king, a queen in order to win this hand, a king or a queen, and a king or a queen only.
Go ahead and put out. Yes.
Even more out.
Never easy.
Always a sweat.
Wait,
No. There's no extra. It's already full.
All right, Jack of clubs. Jack of clubs is on the turn. Cowboy needs a queen or a king in order to win this hand. And the river is the ace of diamonds. Mike Traylor will win this hand. We're just going to get a count here.
Mike Traylor is 272.
Game, Cowboy. Yeah,
Was that
man.
5 short?
Okay, he's got 272.
Yeah.
You said 272, John?
272.
Yeah.
That's 262, 240, 260.
This isn't two.
5, 270,
You have one chip left.
Right.
This is 10,000.
So you have one
short.
chip left.
No,
He has 10,000 short.
Right.
He has 4 chips short.
He had him covered.
Oh, that's 2 chips. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
that was only one
Yeah,
chip.
he had it
Okay,
covered.
I'm sorry. All right, that's it.
That is it for Cowboy, guys. Give it up for Mr. Cowboy, John Land.
Cards, I tell you, who all in, who
Yeah, he just had the wrong overpair. If he had any other overpair to yours, he wins.
Right. Yep. All in big cards, come on.
Ready?
Hey, Ida, hold up. Hold up.
What are you gonna ask me?
Oh, just tell me a little bit about the hand, and can we see it in any other future events? Yeah, just walk us through what happened. Oh, okay.
Because she already dealt. So, sorry. Okay. Take it one minute. Take it the with the number.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to play one more hand. Action has folded around to Jeff. We have Larry in the small blind. Freddy in the big blind folds around. Jeff raises to 35,000. Monahan folds. Larry folds as well, as does Freddy.
All right, hold up. Push the pot and then hold up.
Jeff does win the hand. Button moves to seat 5. We are holding up. We are holding up. We're going to have an interview with Cowboy before we do anything else.
Happy to get video.
Cowboy, who, like, kept Anderson around the table.
You know what I like? Did you ever see that movie? What was it where you couldn't figure out what he did with his hand? What movie was that? Talladega, yeah. Remember that? He goes, get ready to do his hands in like this. You remember what I'm talking about? Yeah. He goes, I don't know what to do with my hands.
You're fine. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. All right, guys, and we are here with our 7th place finisher, Cowboy John Land. How you feeling, John?
Bummed out.
Oh, tell us a little bit about what happened in this hand.
Well, Michael raised and I 3-bet with pocket queens, and he just went over the top, and just an unfortunate flop. He got there.
Well, you can't be too disappointed. This is your 2nd final table. You just got 2nd in Oklahoma. You can't be too disappointed in yourself.
No, I'm very grateful, and HPT, I really appreciate you guys putting on a good show.
Can you tell us a little bit about the hat, John? I mean, you are quite the character with the hat. I love it.
It's really, I just got it at Walmart, and I spray painted it black, and everybody's just going on and on about it. It's just my lake hat.
It is amazing. You will not be forgotten. There you have it, guys. John Land in 7th place. Thanks, John. down to 6, right? All right, guys, and with that elimination of John Land, we are now down to 6. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
Hey, let's watch some commercials.
Welcome back, guys, to the Vicksburg, Mississippi HPT main event. We are now down to 6 players, and we are getting so close to crowning our champion. Let's get right into the action.
You got 6.
Alrighty, guys, we are back in now. 2000 Annie, 816 on the blinds. Ida, shuffle up and deal, please. We just have we have about 18 minutes and 30 seconds left in this level. There will be a dinner break at the completion of this level. We do have Larry on the button, Freddy in the small, Mike Trailer in the big blind, which makes Benjamin first act. Benjamin does fold. Action over to Jeff. Jeff will raise here to 35,000. Over to Mike Monahan. He will fold. Over to Larry. Larry folds as well. Over to Freddy in the small blind. And he will raise. What is the count, please? 88. 88,000 is the bet. Trailer does fold his big blind. 88,000. And Jeff will lay down his hand. Freddy takes the pot. Yay. On to the next hand here. We have Freddy on the button. Trailer in the small. Benjamin in the big blind. And a raise from Jeff, 35,000. Mike Monahan does make the call, 35,000. Over to Larry, who folds. Next up is Freddy, who folds from the button. Trailer folds his small blind, and Benjamin will fold his big blind. We are heads up to the flop. Jeff and Michael Monahan. Flop comes 3 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, and Jeff will check.
No, I haven't done anything.
Sorry, not a check from Jeff. 42,000. Jeff will bet 42,000. And a call from Michael Monahan. Here comes the turn. It is the deuce of spades. All in from Jeff. You say call? And a call from Mike Monahan. Jeff turns up ace queen offsuit. Mike Monahan shows 10 of spades, 8 of spades, 10-8 suited. Mike has a pair of 8s here. Jeff is behind. He needs a 4, an ace, or a queen. or he is at risk.
Are we guys good? We good? Hang on. Okay, go ahead.
And it is a queen of diamonds on the river. And Jeff will double up this hand. So it's 85, 105? 105 for Jeff. Jeff has 105 and will double up this hand. He will take down the pot.
Oh, how would you know?
Sorry, moving on to the next hand. Benjamin is in the small blind, Jeff is in the big blind. Mike Monahan in seat 4 does go all in. Folds around to Mike Trailer.
40, 70.
He's asking for a count, and the count is 170,000. That's first. And that is a fold from Mike Trailer. Action over to Benjamin, who also folds from the small blind. And Jeff will fold from the big blind. Mike Monahan does take down the pot.
Well, Mike, if you had a big hand there, it was perfect timing. Yep.
Yeah, so Ida, anytime there's a raise, I need the count for the raise, okay? The only exception to that is an all-in, okay? Unless the player asks for it.
Oh, thank you.
What you got?
Sorry,
What you got?
2 4s. Folds are like golf shots. Every one of them's good for somebody.
Moving on to the next hand, we have Benjamin on the button. Jeff in the small blind, Mike Monahan in the big blind. Folds around to Mike Trailer, who also folds onto Benjamin. And Benjamin will raise.
How much is the raise? 34.
Benjamin does raise to 34,000. Jeff does fold from the small blind. Action on Mike Monahan, who also folds. And Benjamin wins the pot. All right, buttons on Jeff. Mike Monahan in the small. Larry in the big blind. Freddy is first to act and does fold. Mike Trailer folds as well. Action over to Benjamin, who folds. Action now on Jeff. Jeff makes it 35,000. Mike Monahan will fold from the small blind. Action back to Larry on the big blind. And he does make the call. We are heads up to the flop now. Flop comes king of clubs, 7 of diamonds, 10 of spades. Larry's first to act and does check. Action over to Jeff, who also checks. All right, go ahead. Turn card comes queen of diamonds. Larry's first and checks. Action's over to Jeff, who makes it 45,000. 45,000 from Jeff. And a fold from Larry. Jeff takes down the pot. On to the next hand now. Mike Monahan on the button. Larry in the small, Freddy in the big. Folds around 2, Jeff in seat 3. He will also fold. Action now on Mike Monahan on his button. And he goes all in. Action now on Larry in a small blind. And a call. Action over to Freddy in the big blind. He will fold. We are heads up, all in.
I did not look.
Hi guys, turn them up, please. Mike Monahan shows ace of spades, 9 of spades. And Larry shows ace queen suited of clubs. Here comes the flop. Mike Monahan at risk here with ace 9 of spades. Flop comes 9 of spades, 6 of spades, 6 of hearts. That gives Mike a pair of 9s here with the best kicker. Larry's going to need a queen and a queen only to improve at this point. Go ahead and put on turn. Turn card is the 5 of hearts. Again, no help for Larry here. Larry needs a queen and a queen only, or else Mike will double up this hand. Go ahead and put on a river. And now the river is a jack of hearts. No help for Larry. Mike will double up this hand.
140, 170, 176.
176 for
Is that? 176.
It just looked like there was a little chip, gray chip. You're fine.
I really didn't look.
Don't look here.
I didn't want to talk myself out of doing it. Easy come, easy go.
Best hand had won tonight.
Alrighty, moving on to the next hand, we have Larry on the button.
That is the truth. The worst hand has been winning.
Freddy is in the small blind for 8,000. Mike Trailer in the big blind for 16. Benjamin is first to act. Benjamin does fold. Action over to Jeff.
35.
Jeff does raise to 35,000. Mike Monahan does fold. Action over to Larry, who folds from the button. Over to Freddy in the small blind. And Freddy will make the call. Action over to Mike Trailer on the big blind. Trailer makes the call as well, and we are three-handed to the flop. Here comes the flop. It is King of Diamonds, 3 of Clubs, Ace of Hearts. Freddy is first to act. And he will bet out here. 40,000 is the bet. And Mike Trailer will fold. Action over to Jeff now. And he makes the call. We are heads up to the turn. Turn comes 5 of spades. Freddy is first. And he will bet out here 45,000. And an all-in from Jeff. And that is a fold from Freddy. Jeff will take down the pot. All right, moving on to the next hand, we have Mike Trailer in the small blind, Benjamin in the big blind, and Jeff is first to act and will open for 35,000. Mike Monahan does fold. Action over to Larry, who will also fold onto Freddy in seat 6. He will fold from the button. Onto Mike Trailer in the small blind, and a fold from him as well. Action on Benjamin from the big blind. And he will make the fold as well. Jeff wins the pot. Hold up. We're on break, guys. She hasn't started shuffling yet. We are on break. That is dinner break, everyone.
Can I get one too, please?
2 of them, please.
Anybody else want anything?
I would've been out all day.
It's good, Joe.
Freddy, how did you save that 140 something thousand?
So did everyone go to Bellows or what? Everyone went to Bellows? Bellows is pretty good.
At Ace King? Yeah.
Okay, Miss May, I think, Mike wants.
All right, 3,000, 10,000, 20,000 is the new level, level 23. Ms. Lori, shuffle up and deal, please. Good luck, everyone. Alrighty, now back from break, we have Mike Trailer on the button, Benjamin in the small, Jeff in the big blind. Mike Monahan is first and does fold. Action is on Larry. And we have an all-in from Larry. Action over to Freddy, who does fold. As does Mike Trailer. Action back over to Benjamin in the small blind. And he will fold. On to Jeff now in the big blind, and he will make the fold as well. Larry takes down the pot. And he does show pocket jack. Was that king?
Pocket jacks.
Pocket jacks. It is pocket jacks.
That's good as I've seen in a while.
Got it in.
Freddy, why don't you give me chip raise? I'll give you some first.
Mike, 20,000.
Both of you get your sugar free Red Bull?
I got
Get
one.
'em? Oh, okay.
Moving on to the next hand now, we have Benjamin on the button. Jeff is in the small blind. Mike Monahan in the big blind. Larry will fold, as does Freddy. Action over to Mike. Mike folds as well. Over to Benjamin. Benjamin folds as well. Action on Jeff in the small blind. He will fold. Mike Monahan gets a walk.
A little too much on board.
Yeah.
Uh,
Ooh. Excuse me.
Y'all can tell, guys, I'm getting tired. Give me anything, shove
Sorry, I don't believe it.
Anything, as long as it's 2 jacks or better, yeah.
Give him something to shove with. Give me something to
it.
talk with.
Somehow I don't believe it. Yeah, I'm beat.
Moving on to the next hand now. Jeff on the button, Mike Monahan in small. Larry in the big blind, folds around to Benjamin. Benjamin folds as well, and Jeff will raise here.
45,000.
45,000 is the bet. And Monahan does make the call. Larry will fold. We are heads up to the flop. Michael will be first to act, and the board comes 6 of spades, Jack of diamonds, 7 of clubs. Michael checks. Jeff bets 55,000. And Mike Monahan will fold. Jeff takes down the pot.
I like it much better when I have position.
Right, on to the next hand now. Larry in the small, Freddy in the big blind, folds around to Michael Monahan, who raises now to 50,000. Larry does fold. Action on Freddy, who is in the big blind, will also fold. Michael Monahan takes down the pot. Benjamin is first to act and will raise to 52,000. Folds over to Michael. Michael will fold as well. Action is on Larry now. He will fold as well. Over to Freddy in the small blind. Does fold. Action's on trailer.
Like 240 behind, right? 260, like that.
And trailer will make the call for 52,000. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes queen of spades, ace of hearts, 10 of hearts. Mike Trailer's first to act and does check. Action is over to Benjamin. Bets 90,000.
Call the all.
Michael Trailer goes all in, and Benjamin will call.
You guys get that? That's 90,000 all in and full.
All right, Benjamin turns over ace 10 of spades. Mike Trainer turns over
He wants the queen of hearts. No, he wants a 10.
ace 8 offsuit. Benjamin is ahead now with 2 pair.
How's the board look, guys? Ace 10 to the right. Ace 10 up about a half an inch. Ace 8 up a half an inch, sorry.
Okay, so once again, we have Benjamin here with 2 pair. Trailer's behind with ace 8. He's going to need runner, 8-8 in order to win the hand.
Go ahead and put out the turn.
And the the turn is 7 of diamonds, no help for Mike Trailer. And river.
20 for a chop.
And a 5 of spades. Queen would have been a chop. but it is the 5 of spades. Benjamin will double up this hand.
Benjamin's all in was 285? 285. Benjamin's all in was 285.
Well, that hurt.
I know the feeling.
Well, it might have, it didn't include, you never put in the 90? That might have been like towards the end. So that included the 90. Hold up, hold up.
All right, guys, we're back in. We're good to go. All right, go ahead and shuffle up and deal.
Better run, Jeff. Yep.
Sorry, Jeff.
No, no problem.
All right, coming back now, we have Freddy on the button, Trailer in the small, Benjamin in the big blind. It does fold around to Larry. Larry does fold as well. Action's on Freddy. Freddy declares all in. Trailer will fold. Action's over to Benjamin. And Benjamin will fold. Freddy takes down the pot, shows ace queen off. Moving on to the next hand, we have Mike Trailer on the button, Benjamin in the small blind, Jeff in the big blind. Once again, that's Jeff on the big blind. It has folded around to the button on Mike Trailer. He will fold as well. Action on Benjamin in the small blind. And he does raise here to 80,000. And Jeff will fold. Say what? Oh no, I was talking to.
No.
Moving on to the next hand, we have Benjamin on the button. Jeff is in the small, Mike Monahan in the big blind. Folds around to Mike Trailer. He will fold as well. As does Benjamin. Action now on Jeff in the small blind. And he will raise to 45,000. And a call from Mike Monahan. We are heads up to the flop. Flop comes 5 of spades, 8 of spades, 5 of clubs. Jeff is first to act. And he does bet out 45,000. And he does make the call. Turn comes 4 of hearts. Jeff checks, followed by Michael. Michael also checks. And the river is a 7 of hearts. And a check from Jeff. And a check from Mike as well. We are at showdown, and Jeff will show King 7 for 2 pair, 7s and 5s. And we'll take down the pot. Moving ahead, Jeff is now on the button. Monahan in the small blind, Larry in the big blind. And Freddy will be first to act.
All in.
Freddy declares all in. Mike Trailer folds, as does Benjamin. Action over to Jeff. He folds from the button. Mike Monahan folds his small blind onto Larry in the big blind, who also folds. Freddy takes down the pot. We do have an all-in declared from Mike Trailer under the gun. Benjamin does fold, as does Jeff and Michael Monahan. Action over to Larry in the small blind. He folds as well, as does Freddy from the big blind. Michael Trailer will win the hand. On to the next hand. Larry has the button. Freddy is in the small blind. Michael Trailer is in the big blind. Benjamin is first to act. And he will raise here. 44?
Yes, 44.
44,000 is the bet from Benjamin. Jeff will fold. Mike Monahan folds as well. Over to Larry. And Larry is all in. Freddy will fold his small blind. Action over to Mike Trailer in the big blind. And he will lay down his hand.
How much more is it? Yeah.
We are taking out 44,000 from each player and getting a count. For Larry, it's 105. 105 more to call from Benjamin.
Can we ask questions at all?
You are allowed to talk with each other, but not disclose the contents of your hand.
Oh, Larry, this will be a monster later. How it shows.
Do what?
Because you got like nines, tens. You're not that good.
I'm not good.
Hmm?
I'm not good.
Nines and tens aren't that good.
I ain't.
You got nines, Larry. Even if you got jacks. I can't afford it.
And Benjamin does lay it down.
Fine.
Larry wins the hand.
I don't know. I'm taking nines, tens, or jacks. I'm looking in there with you.
Big sleep.
Yeah, I want that.
I want to roll. I was ready for you. Come on.
Alrighty, button is now on Freddy. That makes Michael Traylor the small blind. Benjamin Thomas is the big blind.
Yeah, we'll come on there.
And Jeff will be first to act. We do have a raise to 52,000 from Mike Monahan.
All in.
All in from Freddy. Mike Traylor will fold his small blind action back over to Benjamin in his big blind. He will fold as well. Back over to Mike Monahan.
Can you pull the 52, please? I don't think I can go anywhere.
You show king jack.
Queen, queen.
I had ace kings.
I don't know that.
Oh, well, okay.
If you show me, then yeah, then I can say for sure.
92.
I got you.
You didn't show me anything.
I'm with you.
And it will be 92,000 more
Let's see what
for Michael Monahan to call.
Assuming you didn't have that if you didn't show me.
And he does make the call. All right, let's see the hands, please. Mike Monahan turns over King Jack of diamonds. Freddy has Ace of diamonds, Jack of hearts. Freddy at risk here. Although for now he is ahead with an ace high. Has the board. Jack. Go ahead. Here comes the flop. It is 10 of spades, king of hearts, 9 of hearts. That gives Mike a pair of kings. Also, a queen would give him a straight as well. A queen would give them both a straight. Actually, I'm sorry. Freddy could get a queen for the Broadway, which would be a higher straight. He could also win this hand by hitting an ace. The turn is the king of spades. Mike Monahan now has 3 kings. At risk still is Freddy. He's going to need a queen and a queen only, in which case there will be a chop. Oh, no, excuse me, he would win the hand. Excuse me, queen would win him the hand. Excuse me. Ready, put out the river, please. And the river is a 9 to give Mike Monahan a full house, and that is it for Freddy.
That's too much out there, Paul.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're just going to hold up.
Oh, yeah.
Freddy.
Should've got it behind, man. You've been fine.
Boy, this table. Boy, that ain't.
You see my phone? All right.
You'd have been in a race.
They've been a little behind.
Ready? We're down to 5, right? All right, guys, and with that elimination, we are now down to 5. Keep it locked here, and we'll be right back with more HBT action.
Joe. Pat. Did you ask them if they're good on 4?
Yours, mine.
Kylie's got it. Does he have 3?
Hold on. Hold on.
3, 2. Was anything wrong with Was it still recording when you looked at it? It was off. It was off. So started like that.
Me?
Yeah, just start off the frame.
All right, guys, and welcome back to the Ameristar Casino, where we are now down to 5. We will watch them battle it for poker glory here in Vicksburg, Mississippi.
All right, guys, we are good to go. Annie is still 3,000. Blinds are still 10 and 20,000. Lori, shuffle up and deal, please. All right, we are starting this hand with Mike Trailer on the button, Benjamin in the small blind, Jeff is in the big blind. Michael Monahan is first to act and folds. Over to Larry in seat 5. Larry will fold as well. Over to Mike Trailer, who folds from the button. Benjamin in his small blind is now acting and does make the call. Over to Jeff. And a raise to 60,000 from Jeff, and Benjamin does make the call. We are heads up to the flop. And here is the flop. Flop comes 6 of spades, deuce of spades, jack of diamonds. Benjamin does check. Over to Jeff, who bets 45,000, 50,000, excuse me.
50,000 from Jeff. Jeff. Check 50. Back over to Benjamin.
Action is back over to Benjamin. And we do have a raise here.
250,000.
250,000 is now the bet. And Jeff will fold. Benjamin does win the hand.
Know when to fold, too.
Moving on to the next hand, we have Benjamin on the button. Jeff is in the small. Mike Monahan is in the big blind. First to act is Larry White. And Larry does fold. Action is over to Mike Trailer.
122.
All in. 120.
Declares 122. It should be an all-in.
He says the 122
I call.
And a call. And a call from Mike Monahan.
I'm just gonna verify it's there.
He said 122.
It is 122. We just no, it's fine. We just confirmed he does have 122, so it is an all-in. It's a legit all-in.
Mike Monahan called in. And we do have pocket nines from Mike Monahan against Mike Trailer with ace 10 of spades.
How's the board up?
Ace 10 up a little bit. Ace 10 up.
How's that? All right, perfect.
Beautiful. Let's see a flop. Flop comes 8 of diamonds, 5 of hearts, 8 of spades. We have Mike Monahan still ahead with pocket nines. Mike Trailer is behind here and at risk. He needs an ace or a 10 to stay in the hand, stay in the game.
All right, go ahead and put out a check.
Lucky 10 again.
And the turn is the 10 of diamonds. 10 of diamonds. Now Mike Trailer is ahead with 2 pair, 10s and 8s with an ace kicker. Mike's going to need a 9 here and a 9 only to win the hand. And the river comes jack of spades. Mike Trailer will double up with 2 pair. Moving on to the next hand, we have Jeff on the button. Mike Monahan in the small blind, Larry in the big blind. Mike Trailer will be first to act.
Raise.
Raise.
Mike Trailer announces raise. And we'll bet 45,000. Benjamin does make a fold. Jeff will fold as well from the button. Action over to Mike Monahan, who folds his small blind. And Larry will fold his big blind. Mike Trailer takes down the pot. Button now on Mike Monahan. Larry in the small blind, Mike Trailer in the big blind. Benjamin is under the gun, and therefore first to act. He will fold. Actions over to Jeff. Jeff will fold as well. On to Mike Monahan. And he will fold. Larry from the small blind. And he will fold. That is a walk for Mike Trailer. Button is on Larry now. Mike Trailer in the small blind. Benjamin in the big blind. Jeff is first to act and does fold. Mike Monahan also folds over to Larry. Folds his button. Mike Trailer in the small blind. Makes the call. Benjamin in the big blind. He will check his option. We are heads up to the flop. Board comes 8 of hearts, 4 of diamonds, 8 of spades. Mike Trailer first to act. And he will check over to Benjamin. Benjamin checks as well. On to the turn. Comes the ace of clubs. Mike Trailer is first. And checks over to Benjamin, who also checks. Here comes the river, which is the ace of diamonds. Mike Trailer is first. And checks over to Benjamin, who also checks. Shows queen high, which will win the hand. Mike Trailer's on the button now. Benjamin is in the small. Jeff is in the big blind. Mike Monahan first to act. And he does raise here. 48,000 is the bet. Larry does fold. Action over to Mike Trailer, who also folds from the button. Over to Benjamin in the small blind. Folds as well. Over to Jeff. And he will fold as well. Mike Monahan takes down the pot. Before we get the next handout, I just want to mention I see Ms. Ruby Timlin here in the audience. So nice to see you, ma'am. She came and played all of our events. One of the nicest and loveliest players we've had here. Besides you, Final Five, of course. Let's give it up for Ms. Ruby Timlin, everyone. Shut up. All right, we have Benjamin on the button. Jeff in the small, Mike in the big. Folds around to Mike Trailer. Mike Trailer does raise here. 45. 45,000 is the bet. 45,000. Benjamin does fold, as does Jeff. Over to Mike Monahan in his big blind. will also fold. Mike Trailer takes down the pot. Alrighty, we are back. Folds around to Jeff on his button. He does raise here. 45 is the bet. Mike Monahan folds his small blind over to Larry, who will fold, and Jeff will take down the pot. Now the 10, we have Michael Monahan on the button, Larry in the small, Mike Trailer in the big. Benjamin is under the gun and will fold, as does Jeff. Over to Mike, who will also fold. Now Larry in the small blind. And goes all in. Mike Trailer will fold, and Larry will take down the pot. All right. Button is on Larry. Oh, sorry. We have a raise, or excuse me, a raise from Jeff. What was the?
It was 45,000.
45,000 from Jeff. Benjamin did make the call from the big blind. We are heads up to the flop. And the flop comes King of Hearts, 6 of clubs, 9 of hearts. Benjamin does check. And Jeff bets 55,000.
Real hand this time?
Wouldn't be fair to say.
And a fold from Benjamin. Jeff does take down the pot. You guys can do better than that. Come on now. Jeff wins the pot.
All right, here we go.
Mike Monahan is under the gun here. And he will raise to 57,000. Fold from Larry. And a fold from Trailer. Benjamin folds his small blind. Action is on to Jeff. And Jeff does make the call. We are heads up to the flop. Go ahead. And the flop comes 9 of hearts, 10 of hearts, 5 of hearts. Jeff is first to act and does check. Over to Mike Monahan. Declares all in. And Jeff will fold. Mike Monahan takes down the hand.
One second.
On to the next hand now with Jeff in the small and Mike Monahan in the big blind. Action folds around to Benjamin. Benjamin will fold over to Jeff in his small blind. Will fold as well. Mike Monahan gets a walk. On to the next hand now. We have Larry in the big blind. Folds around to Mike in his small blind.
45.
He does raise to 45,000. And Larry does fold. Mike Monahan wins the hand. He will be the button next hand. He is now the button. Larry is in the small blind, and Mike Trailer is in the big blind. Larry's in the small, Mike Trailer is in the big blind. Benjamin is first to act and does fold. Action over to Jeff, who also folds. Now on Mike Monahan,
57.
who raises to 57,000. And an all-in from Larry. Mike Trailer will fold his big blind.
Pull the 57, tell me how much.
It will be 104,000 more to call for Mike Monahan. And he will make the call.
Right up the number where you had to, no matter what you
Yes. I mean, regardless of what it is. I got one.
Okay, we see King Queen from Mike Monahan And was that ace 8 of hearts? Yes. Ace 8 of hearts from Larry. Okay, ace 8 of hearts from Larry is at risk against king queen. Let's go ahead and see the flop. Flop comes 9 of hearts, ace of spades, 5 of hearts. Larry flops top pair here with flush draw, nut flush draw. Mike's gonna have to go runner here in order to catch up. He's gonna need a king and a queen, or he's gonna need a king and a queen without any more hearts. Go ahead and put out the turn. Turn is the 10 of diamonds, which gives Mike Monahan a straight draw. He needs a jack, but only the jack of diamonds, jack of spades, or jack of clubs in order to win this hand. Larry is still ahead here with a pair of aces and a flush draw. Go ahead and see the river.
One more heart.
River comes, is the 9 of diamonds. That is 2 pair for Larry, and he will double up. All right, moving on to the next hand, we find Larry on the button, Mike Trailer in the small blind, Benjamin in the big blind. Jeff is first to act under the gun and will raise to 45,000. Mike Monahan folds over to Larry. He is on the button and will fold over to Mike Trailer in the small blind, who will also fold back over to Benjamin, who does make the call. We are heads up. Alrighty, here comes the flop. Flop comes ace of clubs, queen of hearts, 6 of hearts, and Benjamin will check over to Jeff, who bets out 44? 55. 55,000 is now the bet. And Benjamin will lay it down. Jeff takes down the hand. Moving on to the next hand, we have Mike Trailer on the button, Benjamin in the small blind, Jeff in the big blind. Mike Monahan is first to act and will raise to 47,000. Larry does make the call of 47,000. Over to Mike Trailer on the button. He will fold his hand. Benjamin will fold his small blind. Over to Jeff in the big blind. Does fold. We do have a hand heads up here. You guys got that? Here comes the flop. It is 7 of clubs, ace of diamonds, king of diamonds. Both players check. Here comes the turn. Is that 9 of hearts? 9 of hearts on the turn. Mike Monahan is up first.
55.
And we'll bet 55,000. Larry calls 55,000. And here comes the river. River is 7 of spades. Michael is first.
I'm on it.
All in from Michael Monahan.
40, almost 80.
How much?
We're getting an exact count right now.
It's 100.
No, he's, yeah, you're on.
120.
Okay.
Almost 180. It's
How many chips are you missing from that last?
3 shy of 180.
Shy?
So it's 177. 177 is the all in. 177 is the bet that Larry is facing.
I don't like you thinking about calling me here.
I won't.
And Larry does fold. Mike Monahan wins the pot and shows the ace of clubs.
I was big then. Sure would have found a pair of those.
Moving on to the next hand, we do have Benjamin on the button. Jeff is in the small blind. Mike Monahan is in the big blind. Larry's under the gun and therefore first to act.
I wish you would have.
I know, I've been gone if I had a.
He will fold over to Mike Trailer. Mike Trailer does raise to 45,000. 45,000 is the bet. Benjamin folds from the button over to Jeff in the small blind. And Jeff will raise to 92,000. 92,000 is now the bet. Mike Monahan folds from the big blind. Back over to Mike Trailer. Who does fold? Jeff takes down the pot. Jeff is on the button now. Mike Monahan in the small blind, Larry in the big blind. Folds around to Benjamin. Benjamin makes a raise of 55,000.
51.
Excuse me, 51,000. 51,000 raise from Benjamin. Folds around to Mike Monahan, who folds over to Larry in the big blind, who will fold. All right, guys, we're going to hold up really quick. I'm going to stop the clock. We just have to switch the hard drives out for cameras. The process takes about 10 minutes, so if you guys want to take a smoke break, bathroom break, we will be 10-minute break, 10-minute break.
not yet. You still got.
Oh, it's not gonna be that much.
All right, everyone, we are back. We are still on level 23, about 4.5 minutes left to go. Annie's still 3,000, blinds are still 10 and 20,000. All right, Lori, go ahead and shuffle up and deal. We are back. We have Monahan on the button, Larry in the small, Mike Trailer in the big blind. Benjamin is under the gun in first act. He will fold. Action's over to Jeff. Jeff folds as well. On to Mike Monahan.
45.
Mike does raise to 45,000. Larry will fold his small blind over to Mike Trailer, who does fold his big blind. Mike Monahan will take down the hand. Miss Ida. Ida?
Y'all are gonna switch in about 3 minutes, okay? You guys are switching in 3 minutes. I got the deck for you right over here.
Alrighty, on to the next hand. Mike Trailer in the big blind, in the small blind, Benjamin in the big blind. Jeff does fold, Mike Monahan makes a raise. 45,000 from Mike Monahan. Folds around to Benjamin on the big blind. And he will make the call. We are heads up to the flop now. Flop comes 6 of spades, king of hearts, 10 of clubs, Benjamin checks. Mike Monahan bets out here, 45,000.
It's 95. Oh, no, that's fine. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh.
And Benjamin does make the call of 45,000. We will see a turn now. Turn comes 10 of diamonds, Benjamin checks. Mike Monahan checks behind. And the river is the 9 of clubs. Benjamin does check, as does Mike. Benjamin turns up Jack 10 for 3 10s, Jack kicker and a king kicker, and we'll take down the pot.
Lori, just make sure the flops are straight as possible. Straighten them up if you have to after you give us a minute after 2 seconds.
Alrighty, Mike Trailer is on the button. Benjamin is in the small. Jeff is in the big blind. Folds around to Larry. And Larry pushes all in. Action over to Mike Trailer. Mike Trailer does fold. Benjamin is in the small blind and will fold as well. Action's over to Jeff in his big blind and will also fold. Larry takes down the pot. This should be the last hand at this level. Benjamin is on the button. Jeff is in the small blind. Mike Monahan is in the big blind. Larry is first to act. We'll fold here. Over to Mike Trailer. Mike Trailer folds as well. Action is on Benjamin. And he will raise here to 40,000. Jeff folds. Action's over to Mike Monahan in his big blind. And he will fold as well. Benjamin will take down the pot.
Are we going on break? Really?
No, not on break.
Do it 3 again?
Yeah. 12 and 24. 2,400. 24,000.
All right, guys, blinds are 3,000 on the ante, 12 and 24 on the blinds, 3,000 on the ante, 12 and 24,000 on the blinds. Jeff on the button now. Mike Monahan in the small blind, Larry in the big blind. Mike Trailer first to act. He does fold. Action now on Benjamin, who will also fold. Jeff will fold from the button. Mike Monahan is now folding face up. And Larry gets a walk.
Hey, the deuces and trays are back.
Moving forward now, we have Mike Monahan on the button, Larry in the small, Mike Trailer in the big blind. Benjamin is under the gun and first to act. He does make a raise here of 52,000. That is a call from Jeff of 52,000.
So Benjamin raised to 52. We have a call from Jeff.
Mike Monahan does fold on the button. Action on Larry in the small blind also folds. Over to Mike Trailer. It is his big blind. And he will fold. This means we are heads up to the flop. Benjamin and Jeff. Flop comes Queen of Hearts, 7 of Diamonds, Ace of Hearts. Benjamin is first to act. He does bet here.
What is it, 66?
66,000 is the bet. And Jeff does call.
66,000 from Benjamin and a call.
All right, let's see a turn. Turn comes Jack of Spades. Benjamin is first. Benjamin checks over to Jeff. Jeff will bet here. 90? 90,000 is the bet from Jeff. Back over to Benjamin. And a fold from Benjamin. Jeff takes down the pot.
Oh, I wish I could have done it.
I wish you could.
Moving on to the next hand, we have Larry on the button. Mike Trailer in the small blind. Benjamin is in the big blind, which means Jeff is first to act.
Close that way.
You count up.
Yeah, no, I think he's got it in there. I think you dragged it in with the Yankees. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, she is.
Action folds around to Mike Trailer in the small blind. He does make the call. Action over to Benjamin, who declares all in. And Mike Trailer does fold. Benjamin wins the hand. Yay! Clap, 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 clap. There we go. Alrighty, on to the next hand. Mike Trailer in on the button. Ben and Jeff in the blinds. Action folds around to Larry,
Right.
who does raise to 75,000. Mike Trailer will fold from the button, as does Benjamin from his small blind. Action to Jeff, who does fold, and Larry will take down the pot.
First one was good, Larry. Fortunately, the second one was so bad I couldn't bring myself to shoot.
I hear you, I hear you.
It'll be happening quick.
Wait till after my big blind.
Uh-huh.
Wait till after my big blind.
I don't know if I'll be able to, buddy.
You know he'll call you.
That's kind of the reason I'm hoping I pick up something halfway decent on his big blind. At least I
Mike
know I'm
will
gonna
call
get
you
some action.
now, I guarantee you, gosh.
Right, on to the next hand, we have Benjamin on the button. Jeff in the small, Mike Monahan in the big blind. Larry is first to act.
Yeah.
Yeah, tens are lucky.
And we'll fold here. Action's over to Mike Trailer.
106.
And Mike Trailer does declare 106. We should put them all in here. Benjamin does fold from the button. Jeff will fold as well. Action is over to Mike Monahan.
Very close.
And Mike Monahan does lay it down. Mike Traylor will win the hand.
Wrong line.
I wanted to bet somebody a little side bet that Mike was gonna win that one.
Button is now on Jeff. Mike Monahan in the small blind, Larry in the big blind. Mike Traylor will be first to act. Mike does fold. Action's over to Benjamin. Benjamin folds as well. Action now on Jeff, who folds from the button. On Mike Monahan now in the small blind. Makes the call. Over to Larry in the big blind. And he will check his option. We are heads up to the flop. And the flop comes 7 of clubs, ace of clubs, 3 of spades. Mike Monahan is first. And does bet 24,000. And Larry does make the call. We will see a turn. Turn comes 7 of hearts. Mike Monahan is first to act and does check. Action's over to Larry now. Larry does bet here, 75,000.
Bet club draw.
And Michael will lay it down. Larry will win the hand.
737, Mike. Blind special. Believe everything.
I like it when you talk to me like that. None of it.
Kinda do.
I kinda do.
Don't worry.
I wasn't lying to you.
On to the next hand now. Mike Monahan is on the button. Larry's in the small, Trailer's in the big. Benjamin is first to act and does check fold, as does Jeff. Mike Monahan folds as well. Back to Larry in the small blind.
And Trailer gets a lot.
She didn't say that yet.
I was trying to make it happen.
Larry does raise here. 50,000 on top for a total of 62,000, and Mike Traylor will fold. On to the next hand now. Larry is on the button. Mike Traylor is in the small blind. Benjamin is in the big blind. Jeff is under the gun and first to act. He will raise here to 55,000. Mike Monahan does fold, as does Larry from the button. Action over to Mike Trailer in the small blind. And he folds, as does Benjamin from the big blind. Jeff will take down the pot.
Buddy, I had the queen 3. Right now, all I'm doing is trying to play the Rocky game in my head. trying to keep me in a positive mood.
Maybe hum it.
I was saying, you know.
Mike Trailer on the button. Folds around to him. He will fold as well. Action over to Benjamin in the small blind, and he will fold, and Jeff gets a walk.
Queen 3?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a runaway. Thank you. Mike's big blind, yeah.
We are starting off this hand with Benjamin on the button, Jeff in the small, Mike Monahan in the big blind, Larry first to act. And he will make a raise here. 50,000 is the bet. Mike Trailer declares all in. Benjamin does fold from the button over to Jeff in the small blind, who also folds. Mike Monahan folds his big blind, and now action is back to Larry.
57 more, Larry.
I'm behind.
And Larry does make the call.
So Larry opened for 50?
Yeah.
Mike Trailer goes all in? And now Mike has made the call. Excuse me, Larry has made the call.
All right, Larry shows Queen of Diamonds, 10 of Hearts. Mike Trailer is at risk with pocket sevens, although he's currently ahead.
It's not going to come.
Look for the 10.
Okay, let's see a flop.
Let's put a 7 out there.
And the flop comes deuce of spades, 8 of hearts, 5 of clubs, no help for Larry. Mike Trailer still ahead with pair of sevens. Larry's going to need a queen or a 10. Let's go ahead and see the turn. It is a deuce of clubs on the turn, no help for Larry. Michael still ahead with a pair of sevens. Larry still needs a queen or a 10 in order to win this hand. Let's see a river. And the river is the 6 of spades. Mike Trailer will double up with 2 pair, sevens, and deuces. Yay.
Back in business.
Rocky theme song works.
Larry, how
That's
many
what I had
blue
last
chips do you
time
have?
on
3
your
or
big
4?
line was 2 sevens.
Do you have 3 or 4 blue chips?
Three.
3?
I was close, I king 5.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. And they don't have the little scratch on the side.
Well, maybe I can do something with these chips this time.
Alrighty, moving on to the next hand, we have Jeff on the button. Mike Monahan in the small blind, Larry in the big blind. Action's over to Mike Trailer. He will fold. Action over to Benjamin. He does raise here. 55,000 is the bet. Jeff and Mike Monahan will fold here. Action over to Larry in the big blind. All in from Larry. Benjamin requesting a count.
That's close.
You guys want an exact count? Yeah. You want an exact count?
No, that was close.
They want the count.
Let me help.
All right.
Count it up, see how much money I got.
A lot more now.
No. No.
So
273.
273. 273 was the all in.
Okay, Larry does go all in, and Benjamin will fold. Larry does win the hand. Alrighty, button is on Mike Monahan. Larry is in the small blind. Mike Trailer is in the big blind. Benjamin will be first to act. He does fold over to Jeff, who also folds over to Mike Monahan,
All in.
who declares all in.
Lose right 200.
I don't need a count.
Larry will lay down his small blind.
How much did you say it was?
I believe 157.
157?
Were you going to count for the line?
Should be 20. 145.
157? 157 from Mike Monahan.
Now I feel like I'm in your position. Where it's
Mike Trailer is in for 2,400. It is 157 total from Mike Monahan's all in, two call.
I feel like your range is pretty wide right now.
Give him 2.
That's, I mean, not us.
And Mike Trailer does fold. Mike Monahan will win the hand.
Probably a good fold. the stack. It's one of those hands that's almost worth gambling with to try to start building a bigger stack. 7-9 suited. 10-9.
Alrighty, here we are, the next hand. Larry's on the button. Trailer's in the small blind, Benjamin in the big blind. Folds around to Mike Monahan, who folds.
Mike, can you get your picture for front?
Larry does raise here. The bet is now 75,000.
I'm sorry, I thought he's only one equal. This is RP.
Benjamin folds, open folds, 9-5 off. Larry takes down the pot. Mike Trailer's now on the button, Benjamin in the small, Jeff in the big blind. Mike Monahan is first to act. Action folds around to Mike Trailer, who is on the button. He will fold as well, onto Benjamin in the small blind. Benjamin raises to 55,000. And Jeff will fold. Benjamin takes down the hand. It is Benjamin's button with Jeff in the small. Mike Monahan in the big blind. Larry first to act does fold. Over to Mike Trailer, who also folds. Over to Benjamin. Benjamin folds as well. And Mike Monahan will get a walk. Jeff is on the button now. Mike Monahan in the small blind. Larry in the big blind. Folds around to Jeff. Jeff will fold on his button. Action over to Mike Monahan. Mike Monahan declares all in. And Larry will lay it down. Mike Monahan wins the pot. Alrighty, we have Mike Monahan on the button. Larry in the small, Mike Trailer in the big blind. Benjamin is first to act. He will raise here. 50,000 is the bet.
Gotta be at least 48.
Folds around to Larry and his small blind.
So because he didn't complete the full bet, the bet is actually 48,000 from Benjamin. No, he didn't, and he didn't have enough chips, so it is 48,000. And we do have a raise from Larry now.
We have a raise from Larry now.
Can I get a count for the raise, please?
$162 from Larry. Mike Trailer will fold. Actions back over to Benjamin.
Damn deck just hit you over the head every time it had a hand.
Seems that way,
Never
don't it?
have a damn hand.
And he will open fold Queen Jack offsuit. Larry will take down the pot.
Seems that way, but I swear I'm not thinking I'm gonna check you far. Out there.
Did you show?
No.
You get to say 2,000?
Huh?
Good, 100?
All right, back to the action now. We have Larry on the button. Mike Trailer in the small blind. Benjamin in the big blind. Folds around to Larry. Larry does fold. Actions over to Mike Trailer, who does fold, and Benjamin gets a walk. So we have Mike Trailer on the button, Benjamin in the small blind, Jeff in the big blind. Folds around to Mike Trailer on the button. Mike Trailer declares all in. Actions over to Benjamin, who does fold. Action now on Jeff, who will also fold, and Mike Trailer wins the hand. All right, on to the next hand here. Benjamin is on the button. Jeff in the small. Mike Monahan in the big blind. It does fold around to Benjamin, who also folds. Jeff raises here. Jeff raises to 60. Mike Monahan goes all in, and it is a call from Jeff.
Okay, guys, now that we have 60,000 from Jeff. Mike Monahan goes all in, and Jeff makes the call. Who's that? Ace Jack is Jeff?
Jeff has ace of clubs, jack of clubs. Mike Monahan has ace of spades, deuce of spades. He is also at risk here.
Pass the board.
However you want.
All right, let's roll.
Flop comes eight of hearts, jack of spades, excuse me, 10 of hearts. That is a pair of jacks, top pair with top kicker for Jeff. Monahan is behind here. He's going to need runner, runner, deuces, or spades. Let's see a turn. Turn club comes 6 of spades. That does give 9 outs for Mike Monahan. He needs a spade and a spade only to stay in this tournament. And a river, please. It is the 7 of diamonds. That will do it for Mike Monahan. Let's give him a round of applause, everyone.
One thing, you had some stacks and those things. Enjoyed it, Mike.
And the rich get richer.
Yeah, let's pour it. Let's see.
It's still a strong finish. I'm sure, I know you
That's down like a yo-yo.
Fourth place?
Mike,
Fifth place.
big stacks down, big, go back up now.
Yep.
He built one, he ain't scared.
Congratulations.
Definitely not scared.
Mike Monahan?
Yes.
Okay.
Mike, good boy. We got some good people to play.
Nice hand.
Yeah, that was.
Ready? All right, guys, we are here with our 5th place finisher, Mike Monahan. Mike, what's going through your head right now? You just finished in 5th.
Right at $1 million. Yeah.
Not real sure. It's been up and down all day. Got it in good, got it in bad, up and down, and finally just ran into a better hand.
Are we going to see you at any other HPT events in the future?
Definitely. HPT puts on a great show.
Is there anybody you'd like to say hi to at home?
My family.
All right, well, congratulations, Mike. You did a great job today.
All right, give it up for Mike Monahan, everyone. All right, guys, just a quick, I'd like to do another chip count right now. I'd also like to do a small color up really quick as well.
Yes.
Stay down there with that.
Down low, right? All right, guys, and with that elimination, we are now down to 4 players. Keep it locked here and return as we do. Sorry, let me do it again. And with that elimination, guys, we are now down to 4 players. Keep it locked here and stay tuned for more HPT. Welcome back, guys, to the Ameristar Casino. We are here with 4 players getting that much closer to giving away the big bucks. Let's get right into the action.
Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 525, 530, 544. All right, Zach, you ready?
Send that to me.
I have 544 for Benjamin. Just hold that in the middle. Hold it. Moving on to Mike Monahan. Oh, shut up. While I'm doing this, can you count his stack over there and let me know later? 19? Okay, so Mike Trailer is at 219.
No, this makes two.
Okay, so that's fine. Just leave it right there. And then I've got 140, 160, 180, 200. Just 200. Oh, here, yeah. Is this his ante?
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 600, 7, 8, 900, 935, 955, 975, 995, 1,003,000. You getting the same thing? So I have 1,003,000 for Jeff.
It came to him.
Right. Yes.
It's one, yes.
Dead small, one large blind. Larry is the big blind. No small blind.
Save 24,000 right now. Maybe I can steal Larry's.
That's
Got
easy.
you three out here.
Easy to do. Understand.
Alrighty, we are back in. Jeff is on the button. Larry is a solo big blind. Action is over to Mike Trailer.
Larry, not stealing your big one.
And Mike will lay it down. Action over to Ben.
Here he comes again.
He does raise.
Every time I got a blind.
80,000 is the bet.
I get a blind there. How much is that?
It's 80.
80.
Action back over to Larry. And Larry will fold 7 deuce suited. That's a tight fold, Larry. Tight fold.
A lot of 7 deuce in the big blind.
Yeah, a lot of it.
All right, next hand, we have a dead button with Larry in the small blind, Mike Trailer in the big blind. Action will be on Benjamin. He does fold. On to Jeff, who also folds. Back to Larry in the small blind. And Larry does call. Mike Trailer's option. Mike Trailer declares raise. 40,000 on top.
You don't want to play nice.
No, can't afford to play nice, Larry.
Afford to play nice.
And Larry does fold.
Thought maybe you were limping to shove there, buddy. I was getting excited.
Wake up, Warren.
What's that?
Wake up with a big hand.
I did.
Moving on, Larry will be on the button.
Biggest hand I could wake
Mike
up.
Trailer in the small, Benjamin in the big blind, which leaves Jeff left to act under the gun.
Thought maybe we were gonna get it.
Jeff will fold here. Action over to Larry. He does raise here to 80,000. Mike Trailer will fold his small blind. Action over to Benjamin. Benjamin does fold, and Larry wins the hand. So Mike Trailer is on the button here. Benjamin in the small, Jeff in the big. It is folded around to Benjamin, who has raised now. 80,000 is the bet. And a call from Jeff. We are heads up, and we'll see a flop.
Oh, sorry.
Big table, so.
Flop comes 5 of diamonds, 9 of hearts, queen of clubs. Benjamin is first to act. And he bets out 75,000. And Jeff makes the call.
You guys got everything? Good?
Go ahead and see the turn, please. Turn comes 4 of hearts. Benjamin is first. Benjamin declares all in. And Jeff will lay down his hand. Benjamin does take down the pot. Clap, 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 says the audience. All right. It is Benjamin's button, and he will raise here to 55,000. 60,000.
60,000 from Benjamin.
And it folds around. Benjamin does take down the pot.
They might need those. I hate to give them to them.
Larry doesn't like giving them up.
If they stayed there much longer, I was gonna kill them.
Jeff does raise here on the button to 60,000. Larry does fold.
Guess what hand I have in the big blind?
7 deuce.
I fold.
Hard yes. Hard yes.
Jeff does take down the pot.
Boo.
Wow, see if I ever ask you to be in the stands with
There you are. There you are.
On to the next hand, we have Larry on the button. Mike trailer in the small blind. Benjamin in the big blind. Jeff folds, so does Larry. And Benjamin gets a walk.
Yeah. I'm well suited.
I don't want any of those cards.
Yeah. It looks so great.
All right, it does fold around to Benjamin in the small blind. He will make the call of 24,000. Action's on Jeff. Jeff will raise here. Jeff does raise 50,000 on top of the 24 for a total of 74,000.
Take a stab at it, OJ did.
Well, I'll tell you what.
That's not making it TV.
You don't like that, mate?
And Benjamin will lay it down. Jeff wins this hand. And we have an all-in from Mike Traylor, who's under the gun. Benjamin will fold on his button. Action's over to Jeff in the small. He will fold as well. Over to Larry in the big blind, and will fold as well. Mike Traylor does win the hand. All right. On the next hand here, Benjamin is under the gun. Jeff on the button, or excuse me, Benjamin folds. Jeff is on the button and raises to 60,000.
The big blind.
And Mike Traylor folds his big blind, deuce 7 off. Jeff takes down the pot, and the button does move over to Larry. Mike Traylor on the small blind now. Benjamin in the big blind. And Jeff will be first to act.
I had the lead against them.
Jeff does fold here. Action on Larry now. He does raise. The bet is 60,000. Mike folds from the small blind. Action over to Benjamin, who open folds 9 deuce. Larry does win the hand.
Have you ever seen this many deuces in big blinds? I've had 7 deuces.
Can't even spread on us.
Still pocket six is my best hand. How is this possible?
Nobody showed no big hands.
Playing 7 hours?
I mean, I know for a fact I've never had.
Alrighty, buttons on Mike. Benjamin in the small blind. Jeff in the big blind. Action is now over to Larry, who does fold.
Wish I was
Action over to Mike.
kings as much as I was getting 7 deuce. I'd probably be in pretty good shape.
Be rich.
Yeah. Like, you'd already have this one.
Mike Trailer goes all in. Benjamin does make the call.
That was a quick call.
Uh-oh.
Mike goes all in, Ben's natural, Zach goes on Jeff.
This and I've won 7.
178 is the bet.
That is not
Mike
good.
declares 178.
Jeff does make the call. Excuse me, Jeff does make the fold. We are heads up all in. Mike Trailer
My lucky 10.
with King 10, King of Hearts, 10 of Spades. Benjamin makes the call with King of Diamonds, Queen of Clubs.
10's coming.
Hang on, hold on. Ben's hand has to be on the left. It is on the left. Ben has king, queen.
Correct.
No, I'm sorry.
No, Ben has King, Queen, and Mike has King of Hearts, 10 of Spades. How does the board look?
Hearts, spades, and 10s, please.
All right, we will see a flop. Flop comes 4 of Spades, Jack of Diamonds, 9 of Clubs. Benjamin is still ahead with King, Queen. However, Mike can easily catch up here with a Queen. Still behind, though, and at risk.
Queen.
4 of Diamonds comes on the turn. Still no help from Mike. He still needs a Queen here and a Queen only.
I can tie with a Jack 9.
You could tie with a
Jack or
Jack. You could tie with a Jack or a 9. That's true. And here comes the river.
Just put the Queen out there.
And it is the 5 of Hearts, and that will do it for Mike Trailer. Let's give him a hand, everyone. Mike Trailer in our 4th place finisher.
Take care of it. Well, that was
That's what I should have done earlier with you.
Big with
Snap
that.
call.
Do what?
That's what I should have done with you earlier. Snap call the king, queen.
I had ace king hurt. Not gonna lie to you, I would have had. No reason to. You can look at. I had ace
You
king.
asked, we're not doing one, right?
Yeah.
No.
You ain't seen me play a hand yet that wasn't pretty strong. You know.
I'm sorry.
Good bunch to play with. I really enjoyed it. Nice guys playing. I mean, ain't nobody had any problems, trouble. It's been a great run.
All right, guys, and with that elimination, we are now down to 3. Stay tuned for more HPT action when we return. Ready? All right, guys, and welcome back. We are now down to our 3 players, only 2 away from crowning the next HPT champion. Let's get right into the poker action.
right, guys, we still have 1 minute left of play here. We are 1 minute left, 1 minute 15 seconds. At the completion of this minute, we will take a 10-minute break. So let's get another handoff or two, and then we will be on break. Blinds are still 3,000 ante, 1224 on the blinds. All right, we are shuffling up and dealing. The clock is starting.
I looked at an ace first, ace 5.
Okay, we have Benjamin on the button here. He will fold over to Jeff in his small blind.
I would throw it away personally if you asked me.
You think?
That's what I'd do.
Well, I just wanted to
You
stall
know,
enough to have the blinds go up.
We on break right now.
I think
Hold
I
it
did
one
it.
more second.
Yeah,
there
right,
it is.
okay.
All right, and Jeff does fold. We are on a 10-minute break. 10-minute break, everyone.
Just had me.
I gotta play that.
Yep.
All right, we are going to be starting at level 25 now. Ante is 4,000. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000. Go ahead and wash up the cards. Get ready. Shuffle, but do not pitch any cards yet. All right, we are good to go. Go ahead, shuffle up and deal. 4,000 ante, 1530 on the blinds. Blinds are 1530. Larry, you got 30 out, 15 out there? Larry's in the small blind for 15. Beautiful. Ben is in the big blind for 30. Jeff folds on the button. And Larry goes all in. Benjamin does fold here, and Larry does win the pot.
Lovely.
Button does move over to Larry, which puts Benjamin in the small blind and Jeff in the big blind.
Level. Let one of us win one.
Larry will be first to act.
Y'all got all the chips. Just need one of you to double me up one time. What's on me already? What's the block? 3 and 6.
1530.
Larry will fold here. Benjamin raises. The bet is now 110,000, and Jeff will fold.
You're giving these also.
The button is on Benjamin, therefore he will be first to act. And he does fold over to Jeff in the small blind.
Now let's even out these stacks.
And he does raise here
85.
to 85,000. All in from Larry and an insta call from Jeff. Jeff shows ace of clubs, jack of clubs. Larry is all in with pocket kings, king of spades, king of hearts.
Ace jack up. All right, that's good.
All right, we will see a flop here. Larry is at risk with the pocket kings. Flop comes jack of diamonds, 8 of spades, 6 of clubs. That does give Jeff a pair of jacks with top kicker. However, Larry is still ahead here with pocket kings. Jeff can catch up with another jack or an ace. Let's see a turn. Turn is 8 of clubs. That now gives Jeff a flush draw. Jeff now needs to catch an ace, a jack, or a club, 2 in the hand, Larry's kings are still good. However, he needs to fade a club, ace, or jack in order to win the hand. Let's see river. And the river is a 3 of spades. Larry will hold up. Larry's kings will hold up. Kings and eights will win the hand, Larry.
Hang on a second. We got 1, 2, 3, 40, 390, 415,
Yeah,
418.
I'm with you.
Right? 418 is the total count for Larry.
418 is the total count for Larry. Yep. And that is a double up for Larry. Let's give it up for Larry. Yay! I know Audrey's pretty happy right now. Very proud of her husband. Button moves over to Jeff now. Larry in the small blind, Benjamin in the big blind. Blinds are 15,000, 30,000. Alrighty, Jeff does fold on the button. Action over to Larry in the small blind. And he will fold, giving Benjamin a walk. All right, next up we have Larry on the button. He will be first to act. He will fold here. Over to Benjamin in the small blind. Benjamin does declare raise and will bet 80,000. And Jeff will lay down 3 deuce off in the big. Benjamin will win the hand. Alrighty, Benjamin is on the button. Thank you. Jeff in the small, Larry in the big blind. Benjamin is first to act and does fold. Action over to Jeff, who does fold, and Larry gets a walk. Alrighty, Jeff does fold on the button. Action back over to Larry in the small blind. And he will raise here. 70,000 is the bet. 70,000 from Larry. Back over to Benjamin in the big blind.
Larry bet out first two raised his one bet 70,000.
And a fold from Benjamin. Larry does take down the pot.
Zach, can you hear me? I think my battery went dead. Zach, do you hear me? I don't hear you. My battery's dead. Okay, my battery's dead. Oop, shit.
All right, action is on Larry on the button. He does fold. Over to Benjamin now in his small blind. And he will make the call. Jeff does check his option, and we are heads up to the flop.
Go ahead. You guys got that?
8 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, queen of spades on the flop. Benjamin is first to act and checks. Jeff checks behind. We will see a turn. 3 of hearts. Benjamin does check. Jeff will bet 60,000.
180.
Raise from Benjamin to 180.
180 raised for Benjamin.
All in.
And an all-in from Jeff.
Does that count, guys?
146 more.
140 more?
146.
146,000 more to call for Benjamin. And Benjamin will fold. Jeff wins the hand.
Deuce of hearts.
He flashed the deuce of hearts upon folding. Does win the hand. Yay. Clap, clap, clap. So Ms. Aubrey. This is Miss Audra again. I'm going to harass her for a little while. This is Larry's wife. How excited are you right now that he is in the top 3?
Very. That's all I can say.
She's a bit nervous for you. Still a bit nervous for him, yes?
Yes.
All right, moving on now. Benjamin is on the button. Jeff is in the small. Larry is in the big blind. Benjamin is first to act. He does raise here to 60,000. 65,000, excuse me. Jeff does fold here. And Larry folds as well. Moving on to the next hand now, we have Jeff on the button. Larry in the small, Benjamin in the big blind. Jeff is first to act. And we'll fold onto Larry in the small blind. And he will raise here to 115,000. 115,000, and Benjamin will fold his big blind. Larry wins the pot.
Oh, that's how you accumulated all those chips.
Yeah, they keep catching me, though, man. Can't get away with that.
Larry is on the button now and will be first to act.
So I keep trying.
And will fold. Action over to Benjamin on his small blind. Makes the call. Action over to Jeff, who checks his option. We are heads up and we'll see a flop. Flop comes king of diamonds, 4 of diamonds, queen of clubs. Ben checks, followed by Jeff. Check, check. Here comes the turn. It was the 5 of diamonds, Benjamin checks, and a check back from Jeff. And the river comes king of hearts. Benjamin bets 105. And a call from Jeff. Let's see the hands. We have a flush from Benjamin. And a pair of 5s. Was that? A pair of 5s from Jeff. Benjamin will take the hand down with a flush. Yay. Clap, 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 clap. Come on, guys. All right, coffee's all around. We have Benjamin on the button now. Jeff in the small, Larry in the big blind. Benjamin is first to act. And will lay his hand down over to Jeff in the small blind.
Is that
Jeff declares a bet of 70,000. Jeff wins the hand. Yay. Oh, is that your phone? We know to put our phones on vibrate. Just saying.
Well, nobody clapped for me, so I've had to make some.
I clapped for you. I did a verbal clap. I did a verbal clap. All right, Jeff is on the button here. He is first to act. And we'll fold over to Larry in the small blind. Can't do it. Benjamin gets a walk. Oh, deuce 3 offsuit. That is nut low. For those of you who don't know, that is nut low. Deuce 3 offsuit. No Omaha players in here, really? None? No Omaha players at all, huh? Hey, Biggs, can I get a sympathy laugh at least? Thank you. Button is now on Larry. He is first to act. And he will call the 30,000. Action over to Benjamin. Also calls over to Jeff, who will check his option. We are now three-handed to the flop.
From now on, just do the same thing on when it's my big blind. Both of you win.
Here comes the flop. Deuce of clubs, jack of spades, 6 of hearts. Benjamin checks, followed by Jeff, and checks around. Turn comes 10 of spades. Benjamin checks, followed by Jeff. Larry does bet here, 30,000. And a call from Benjamin. Jeff will fold here. We will be heads up on the river. Go ahead, put it out the river. And the river comes 4 of spades. Benjamin checks. And Larry will check too as well, showing ace deuce for a pair of deuces. And a queen 10 from Ben, a pair of 10s. Ben will take down the pot. Yay! Clap, clap, clap. There's no one here. Come on, guys. I need Michael back here. Michael Martin. He was cheering every hand. Thank you. Thank you, Biggs. Thank you. Let's give it up for our HPT television crew while we're at it, guys. Let's give them a big hand. This is a big production here. We're really happy to have them here. They're doing a great job for you. All right, Benjamin is on the button and is first to act. He will fold here over to Jeff in the small blind. Makes the call over to Larry. And Larry checks his option. 3 players, heads up to the flop. Flop comes deuce of spades, 7 of hearts, king of clubs. Jeff is first to act. And we'll bet here, 40,000. And Larry will fold. Jeff takes down the pot. It's just like heartwarming when they applaud for you. Are you guys here to see anyone? You're just coming out and checking out the game? You guys here to check out the game, or do you know one of these players here? Just checking it out. How about you, sir?
Only killing time.
Just killing time. Well, we're glad you guys are here.
I came to watch.
Mike Trailer's still hanging out, waiting for the outcome here.
Raise to 70.
Jeff is on the button and will open for 70,000. Larry folds his small blind action over to Benjamin in the big blind. And Benjamin will fold. Jeff takes down the pot. Yeah. Button moves over to Larry. He will be first to act. Larry will raise here. 80,000 is the bet. Benjamin lays down his small blind. Over to Jeff, who folds. Larry takes down the pot.
Got one in the house.
Benjamin does fold on the button. Jeff will raise to 70,000 from the small blind. And Larry will fold. What's that, do 7, do 6? 6 deuce off. I'd rather have that than do 7. Feel a 4 ounce.
At least you could have folded that one.
It's definitely improvement from deuce 3 on the last time, right?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I hope you get 8 deuce next time.
I'm picking up. Fun game.
Yep.
Yeah, you have to save the 9 deuces for the blackjack table. All right, Jeff is on the button now.
Raise to 70.
Raises to 70,000 from the button. Over to Larry in the small blind.
It's my lucky number.
And Larry will make the call. And Benjamin will fold his small blind. We are heads up. Larry and Jeff will see a flop. Flop comes 9 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, queen of clubs. Larry will check. Over to Jeff. Jeff will check behind. Turn comes ace of clubs. Larry bets out 77,000. And a fold from Jeff. Larry takes down the pot. Audrey's drinking a Diet Coke. That's why she's not cheering right now.
You're not showing the deuce six that thing?
I didn't show how to do six. That's a decent hand.
One too many there, Larry.
I can't see good. Y'all help me, old man.
What are you, about 35?
Close. About half of it.
We have Larry on the button now. He will be first to act.
I'm getting there.
And Larry will fold over to Benjamin in a small blind. He does raise here. 65,000 is the bet. And a fold from Jeff.
Don't wear me down, guys. I need to take a nap. Ain't used to this.
All right, we've got Benjamin Button in seat 1. All right, that's my one time. Remember the Benjamin Button joke. We were all thinking it.
I was thinking it all day.
Thank you. He will raise here. 65,000 is the bet. And an all in from Jeff. And Larry will fold his big blind back over to Benjamin. Pull in the 65. Pull in the 65.
You got it.
338.
Then you want to count?
He said
Well, he
it was
pulled in
good.
the-
He said it was good.
He just has to pull it right. And Benjamin does make the fold. For those of you still here, I just want to introduce you to our camera crew here, the ones that are left anyway. We have Justin Bieber over here. Give it a big hand for Justin Bieber. All right. I got behind me, I got Harry Potter. Give a big round for Harry Potter. Big hand. And Jesus. Jesus on the jib.
Bless all of you.
Button is on Jeff. He is first to act and will fold. Over to Larry. Larry will raise here.
50 more.
65. 65,000 from Larry, and Benjamin will fold. Larry take down the pot. I think it's like it must be the dinner rush right now. It's like the last chance for the buffet. We have a wonderful buffet here, seafood buffet, $23.99 Monday through Friday. Snow crab legs were wonderful. All right, small and big, Larry is on the button and will be first to act. Larry does raise here. 80,000 is now the bet. Over to Benjamin in the small blind. And Benjamin will fold over to Jeff. Also folds, and Larry will take down the pot. From Benjamin.
I'm all in.
And an all-in from Jeff. And Larry will fold. Just a quick battery change, just to give you guys a heads up of the action here. We have Benjamin who raised to 65,000. Jeff goes all in. Larry does fold. Action's back over to Benjamin now. And Benjamin will fold. Jeff takes down the pot. So we do have Mike Trailer here in the audience. Mike, who do you think between these three has the best chance of winning this event?
Oh, of course, Jeff. Yeah, he's the best player at the table. He was all night.
So you should be clapping more then. I know, Audra, we all know Audra thinks Larry's going to win this. That is evident. Any Benjamin fans in the house? Anyone? Benjamin fans? There's one. All right. Wonderful. Jeff does fold the button now. And he will raise here. 90 total. 90,000 is the bet. Raise from Benjamin to 230,000 now. And Larry will make the call. We are heads up to the flop. Larry versus Benjamin. Go ahead. And the board comes Jack of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, 8 of spades. Larry checks over to Benjamin. 350? 350 is the bet.
Got a big hand, huh? Tired of me coming over you? Well, it's been a long day and I've enjoyed it. I call.
And a call. But you're not all in. No, 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 don't show your hand. It's just 350,000. Yes, sir, 350. Larry does make the call of 350,000. Probably the biggest pot of the day. We're going on right now between Larry and Benjamin. Let's go ahead and see a turn. And the king of spades comes. Larry shoves all in.
King Jack, Larry.
Can't say. Wouldn't be right, I don't guess, would it?
And Benjamin will lay it down. Larry does win this hand. All right, Larry is on the button and will fold here. Benjamin in the small blind. Will fold and Jeff will get a walk. All righty, Ms. Audra. Your husband now has about a 2-to-1 chip lead over Jeff. How do you feel about that?
I love it.
Larry, would you say that Ms. Audra is as competitive as you are?
Do what?
Would you say Ms. Audra is as competitive as you are?
Very much so.
Very much so, he says. Very much so. That's wonderful. Glad to have you. All right, Benjamin is on the button now. Jeff in the small blind. Larry in the big blind. Benjamin is first to act. And declares all in. Jeff does make the call. Action over to Larry. And Larry will lay it down. We are heads up now. Benjamin versus Jeff. No, keep Benjamin's hand on the left. No, on the left, on the H. Benjamin shows King Deuce of Hearts. Yep. And Jeff has Ace of Clubs, 9 of Clubs. Jeff is ahead now. Both players are suited. All right, let's see a flop. Flop comes 7 of hearts, ace of diamonds, 10 of clubs. That does give Jeff a pair of aces. There is 1 heart on the board. Benjamin would need runner hearts to win the hand and stay in the game. Otherwise, running kings or running deuces. Turn is the jack of clubs. Again, no help for Benjamin. This. Oh, okay. Any of the 3 queens that is not a club will save Benjamin here. Again, he is at risk. He needs a queen and a queen only that is not a club in order to stay in this tournament. River is 9 of hearts, no help to Benjamin, and that is it for Benjamin. Let's give a big round of applause for Benjamin, our 3rd place winner.
Second final table in Vicksburg, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, my friend, it's been quite a roller coaster ride.
Yes, it has.
You've been chip leader, everybody been chip leader. Nobody can hold on to it very long.
Nope.
All right. And 30.
Okay.
I'm ready. Little boy.
Oh, all right.
Anyway.
You want to just move your chips back?
Huh?
Yeah.
They're probably gonna go and count them down for the
Alright.
people. And
Okay.
I guess.
Okay. I think we leave it. Did we leave his mic on?
Yeah.
Yeah, leave it on. All right, guys, we are standing here with our third place finisher, Benjamin Thomas. Benjamin, you've had a pretty roller coaster day here. Tell us what's going through your head after that last hand.
It's just tried to run a big bluff, and he made a good call on the 3-bet and oversized bet on the flop with a jack, so, you know, kind of crippled myself. But it was a lot of fun. Just really didn't pick up many hands during the, you know, whole day, but I was surprised to be this deep, really, with the amount of hands I picked up.
Vicksburg's treating you pretty well. This is your second final table here for the HPT, right?
Yes, it's been great. Enjoy the tournament. I like the setup. The staff's great. They set us up at the hotel across the street, and that's nice. I really enjoy it.
Any thoughts on your contenders in the final table? It's pretty solid today, huh?
Oh, yeah, they're real tough. Everybody wanted to win. Everyone was playing hard, played real well, and went back and forth. And, you know, hopefully Jeff or Larry run hot, and one of them's going to take it down.
Well, congratulations to you. Anybody you want to say hi to at home?
Going home and seeing my wife, be in Baton Rouge here in a couple hours.
All right, there you guys have it. Our third place finisher, Benjamin Thomas. Good luck,
I
Jeff.
know who he said. But I have.
Larry Rogers had this ice right?
Yeah.
Ready? Oh,
I didn't
sorry.
know.
Whoa, that's my nostril.
What is it, Jeff?
Jeff.
All right, guys, and with that elimination, we. Oh.
Regardless, I've enjoyed it, Jeff.
Yep,
I
you had a
tell you
good
that,
day.
Had a good time.
Yep.
It's been one of the better ones with people at tables and everything I've played in usually against. I mean, people just piss you off. It's pleasant.
No, everybody's been very nice here.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, guys, and with that, we are now heads up here at the Ameristar Casino. Someone is going home with over $30,000 and the coveted HPT title. Who will it be? Lucky Larry White or good friend of Michael Traylor's, Jeff Needleman? Stay tuned.
I have to be lucky. I ain't no good at playing. I have to get lucky.
Hey, Jeff. It's your mic.
Ready? And welcome back to the Ameristar Casino. Things are getting really hot here as we are only one away from giving away the HPT champion. Let's get right into it. Oh, can we do it again? Okay. Welcome back to the Ameristar Casino. We are only one away from crowning our next HPT champion. Let's get right into it.
All right, Kyle, just to verify, Jeff, you were the big blind last time, so you will be the button here. Small blind over here. Larry, you are the big blind. We are still at 4,015.30. Oh, Larry was the big blind. I'm sorry. Larry was the big blind, so Larry should be the button in the small blind. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So Jeff is the big blind at 30,000. Larry is the small blind at 15. Andy is 4,000. You guys good to go? And we are good to go. We are on level 25 with 11 and just under 11 and a half minutes left. Let's shuffle up and deal. Give a big round of applause to our final two guys, our final two players. Thank you. All right, Larry's on the button in the small blind, and he is first to act. And he will fold.
Don't play 7 deuces, though.
It's like an epidemic going around everywhere.
You got 30.
Yeah, you got
I
that.
got it back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got that.
No, I'm getting tired.
You need 3 more grays left.
Yeah, 30.
Jeff is first to act here. He will raise to 60,000. And Larry calls. We will see a flop here. Flop comes Queen of Diamonds, 3 of Spades, 10 of Clubs. Larry is first and does check. Action's over to Jeff. And he will bet 60,000. Larry does make the call. We will see a turn card, which is the 4 of clubs. Larry checks.
Give us more cards.
Jeff clubs as well. Checks as well. Did I say clubs as well? Jeff checks as well. And he clubs too. All right, let's see you, River. Jack of clubs on the river. Larry bets out 75,000. And we have a raise from Jeff. 250,000. And Larry will lay it down. Jeff wins the hand. Larry does have the button now, which makes him small blind. Jeff in the big blind.
You tried to bluff me, Larry?
I had some. I wasn't just bluffing. You hadn't seen me do that all day.
Larry is up first and will make the call. Jeff checks. We will now see a flop. Flop comes 10 of clubs, 10 of spades, Jack of diamonds. Jeff is up first and checks. Over to Larry, who checks back. Check to the turn. Go ahead. 8 of clubs on the turn. Jeff will check. Larry checks behind. River is the 3 of hearts. Jeff bets out here 40,000. And Larry does make the call. We do have a showdown here. Jeff shows 7-4. 4.
Just got
Jack high? 7 high. And King 9. Am I missing something? And Larry shows King 9 for King high and will take down the pot.
Oh,
Yay!
Looking for the straight, I'm like, I didn't know anything there.
Did you say, was you trying to bluff me?
No, I would never.
Be easy.
Jeff is on the button now, which makes him the small blind. Larry is in the big blind, and Jeff is first to act. He will raise here to 60,000.
Total?
Yeah.
30.
And Larry will call. All right, that is a call from Larry. We will see a flop. And the flop comes out. 3 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. Larry does check. Jeff is betting here. 60,000. And Larry lays it down. Jeff wins the pot. Larry on the button now, and therefore in the small blind. He will be first to act. He will raise here to 65,000. And Jeff will fold. Larry takes down the pot. Audra's still cheering for her husband. She's just, you know, sipping on her Chardonnay over there. She's so good. I didn't say chugging it. I don't think you chug wine. Unless it's out of the bottle, which you are not doing. Action's over on Jeff in the small blind and button. Raise 260. Jeff does raise it to 60. Very sloppy 60.
Yeah.
But does win the hand. Larry does. What was that?
I said, I just washed my hands. I can't do a thing with them.
On to the next hand now. Larry is on the button with the small blind. He will be first to act. And Larry will make the call. Jeff checks his option. We will see a flop. Flop comes Queen of Hearts, 7 of Diamonds, 7 of Clubs. We have a check, check. Both players check. And a turn. Deuce of Spades. Jeff is first to act. He will check. Larry bets out 60,000. And Jeff will lay down his hand. Larry wins the pot. Jeff on the button now and in the small blind. He is first to act. And he will raise to 60,000. Over to Larry in the big blind. And he will call. All right, all right. Let's see a flop now. All right, Jack of Spades, Deuce of Hearts, Queen of Clubs. Larry is first to act and does check. Action is over to Jeff, and he will bet out 50,000. And a call from Larry. Go ahead and bow out the turn. Turn comes 7 of Hearts. Larry checks, as does Jeff. And a river. River comes 6 of Hearts. Larry, first to act, will bet out 75,000. And a call from Jeff. We will have a showdown here. Larry shows King Jack off suit for a pair of jacks with a king kicker. Larry takes down the pot. I'm gonna give you a microphone with like a reverberation setting, so it sounds like a whole auditorium of people cheering. Oh. Yes, go ahead and swap out. Did you shuffle already? Okay, swap out. We're just changing dealers really quickly. Let's give it a hand for Kyle. Kyle did a great job for you. Lori's coming in now.
And we're going,
Yeah, for the blinds are going up. 20 and 40 and 5,000 in.
What are
Say what? 20 and 40 on the blinds and 5,000 in.
take those 4 back. Oh, okay. And then you get 20 on the little one.
Tired, Jeff, tired now.
Yep, it's been a long day.
All right, we are
Down.
at the next level here. 5,000 on the ante, 20/40 on the blinds. Larry is on the button and in the small, therefore he's in for 20,000. Small blind, Larry.
Yeah,
4.
20.
What's the balloon?
You're 20, right? You're the big blind, right? 20 and 40.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Larry's first act. And he will call. Jeff will check his option and we will see a flop. Go ahead, Lori. Flop comes King of Clubs, Jack of Spades, Deuce of Hearts. Jeff is first up and will check over to Larry, who bets, what is that? 75? Is that 80,000?
80.
80,000. 80,000 from Larry, and Jeff will fold. Moving on to the next hand now. Jeff is on the button and small blind in his first act. He will raise here to 90,000. And a raise from Larry. Larry does raise to 265,000.
Larry, take it.
And Jeff will lay it down. Larry wins the hand.
Guys, if it's possible, can we keep like him stacks of 20? Stacks of 20? Keep your chips stacks of 20 if you could, please. Thank you.
Well, it's not required by the rules, but it's strongly encouraged. Well, yeah, they can't, they can't hide chips, but the rule for the meeting is that they should have a general, or estimate.
All right, Larry is on the button from the small blind and will make the call. Jeff in the big blind. We'll raise here. 100,000 on top?
Yes.
100,000 on top for a total bet of 140, and Larry will make a fold. Jeff wins the hand. Audra's quiet as a mouse. On to the next hand now. Jeff is first to act on the button.
20 more.
Jeff does raise here. 90,000 is the bet from Jeff. And a call from Larry. We will see a flop. Go ahead. And the flop comes 5 of diamonds, deuce of diamonds, 10 of diamonds. Larry does check. Over to Jeff, who bets 110,000. Larry will fold, and Jeff takes down the pot. Moving on to the next hand now, we have Larry on the button, therefore the small blind and first act. He does make the call. Over to Jeff now. And Jeff will check his option. We will see a flop now. Flop comes 8 of clubs, 10 of clubs, king of diamonds. Jeff is first to act and does check. Over to Larry. Larry will bet here. 75,000? 75,000. Jeff declares raise. And we'll make it 210. And Larry will raise here. Larry will raise here.
550.
550 is now the total bet, 550. And an all-in from Jeff. Larry makes the call. Full in both hands. Larry showing 10-8 offsuit here for 2 pair. Jeff shows queen 10 of spades. He is behind at the moment.
Give me a king, please.
Let's see. And Jeff is behind here and at risk. He's going to need a queen. All right, boy, looks good. Okay, he needs a queen or a king or running 9 jack for a straight or jack ace for a straight. Still plenty of outs for Jeff, who is at risk. Let's go ahead and see a turn. And the turn comes a 7 of diamonds. That does give Jeff more outs. In fact, 9, any 9?
No.
Excuse me.
No.
Oh, no.
That does nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a straight draw. Excuse me. So Jeff still needs a queen or a king in order to take down this pot. And now the river. It is the 8 of diamonds, no help for Jeff, and that is it, everyone. That's a full house for Larry. Let's give our players a big round of applause. Good job, everyone.
Congratulations to both of you.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Jeff, is this your first HBT?
Just want to say for the record, guys, this is both of these players' first ever HBT event, and they finished first and second place in our main event. Let's give them a big round of applause. That's a really, really good accomplishment, guys. Really big accomplishment. Good job.
Woohoo!
Well, so you guys are gonna raise the chips and we got the cash money, the TV money. Okay, you can clear the board, but keep the winning hand out, and we're gonna just move all the chips over to. All right, so what do you mean? Bring this in? Yeah, go ahead and bring in the board. And bring in all the chips over here to C5. Over to C5, C5.
We're gonna interview.
Jeff?
We're gonna interview in just a second.
Jeff, great game.
Congratulations. Okay, Jeff?
Larry, Jeff, you're gonna be interviewed first, honey. Oh. Larry, come here.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Congratulations.
Here?
Okay. Oh,
It's okay, Jeff. Don't worry. Don't worry. First HBT event. That's so awesome. Cool.
Let's get out.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm Drea Renee for HPT, and we are here with our second place finisher, Jeff Needleman. Jeff, you just won over $20,000. How are you feeling?
oh, it's wonderful.
You're here with your friend Michael Traylor. How was it playing against your friend?
Oh, we play against each other all the time.
You seem like a pretty cool guy. Was there any nerves going into today?
No, not really.
Do you do anything special to prepare for a day like this?
No, wake up and come.
And this is your first HPT event. That's great.
Yes, yes, it is.
All right, there you guys have it. Jeff Needleman for second place.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can mention they call me Lucky Larry.
Oh, of course. Of course I am. And your motto, patience, position, discipline, hard work.
All right.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you crouching tiger, hidden dragon.
She stole that from me, by the way.
I did. That was all Jessica's. Yeah.
I know.
It did. right, guys, I'm Drea Renee, and we are here at the Ameristar Casino Hotel in Vicksburg, Mississippi, with our HPT champion, Lucky Larry White. Larry, you just won over $30,000. What's going through your head right now?
It's just been an amazing run. I haven't had about 2 bad beats through the whole tournament, and that's highly unusual. It's been a good run.
Sorry, guys, we actually got to restart. We
Oh,
got
look.
just the mic. Yeah.
My bad. Again. I know, I was like, what's going on? Okay. Okay. Yeah, wherever you want, Larry. You just won. Do what you want.
Alrighty, guys, whenever you're ready.
All right, guys, I'm Drea Renee, and we are here at the Ameristar Casino Hotel in Vicksburg, Mississippi, with our HPT champion, Lucky Larry White. Larry, you just won over $30,000. What's going through your head right now?
It's hard to believe is one thing. We had some great poker players here and some of the nicest guys you ever played with, and the way the tournament was run just been fantastic. I couldn't ask for any more.
Do you do anything special to prepare for a day like this?
No, I'm retired. I just get up in the morning, do what I want to do, mainly play poker.
At what point for you at the tournament did you think this is really getting serious? I can win this thing.
The first day I started,
All right.
I told my wife, I'm going to win it.
You were a little bit like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. You were playing a little bit in the back, and then you just kind of went for it in there.
Yeah, it's a lot of skill to it, but then the luck plays in always, and luck was on my side.
And did you use your motto of patience, position, discipline, hard work? Which aspect really helped you?
Patience. Patience was the biggest thing. Not just getting in with any cards at all, trying to pick the best cards. Get in with the best cards.
How'd you feel having a beautiful wife railing for you? How'd you feel having your wife in the audience cheering you on?
That probably helped everything in the world now, because I hadn't had her here, and I know everybody heard her.
Is that $30,000 going to Miss Audra?
Miss Audra, nicknamed Squirrel.
All right, guys. Well, there you have it. Our HPT champion, Lucky Larry White.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Good job, guys.
Thank you,
Thank
Larry.
you.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's get one picture with you here.